Good morning, everyone. I would like to welcome our participants and our trainers to the second day of HERMES education. I want to thank you for participating in this training, and I would like to start the presentation for the second day. First of all, I would like to talk about the agenda for today. We're going to start with a recap and assignments. David is going to talk about the things that we discussed yesterday about Facebook and about social media. We are going to proceed with the presentation of email marketing, and then Lenya Evangelinous is going to take over and she's going to talk on-page search engine optimization. We are going to have a break at 4:55 to 5 o'clock, and then we are going to continue with the second part with the on-page optimization. We are going to end up the day with open questions, conclusion, and assignments. I want to start by letting you know that I have received a few emails from some participants. Effie was not able to join us yesterday, and she was asking what will happen. I just want to tell to Effie and everyone else that the presentations are going to be available online on our website after the 3-day seminar, so you're going to be able to access the video and review the information. I also had a question from Dimitris Fotiou about the practice work and when it's going to start. I sent him already an email, and I mentioned that we are ready to send out a press release about the project. We have already some participants, some companies participating in the project, but at the same time, we do want to get more attention from more companies. So we are going to develop the schedule as we move forward. I understand that you have exams at the end of June and in June, excuse me, and September. So I want to let you know that we are going to adjust the practice work to make sure that you're not going to compromise your studies. So there is nothing to worry. So before I continue, I would like to talk about the presenters today. And once again, I want to thank them for the valuable time and all the hard work that they have put in this project. So David Barreno. David is a social media strategist at Divorce Marketing Group, helping divorce professionals create and implement robust internet marketing strategies that brings results fast with guaranteed profits. His mission is to help people grow their passion, whether it's businesses or their personal lives, so they can make better informed decisions to change the world. As an internet marketing specialist, he focuses on integrating marketing efforts and social media best practices that deliver business value in areas of return on investment, measurement, customer loyalty, and online reputation management. Our second presenter and trainer for today is Lenya Evangelinous. Lenya is the founder of Web Marketing Greece. She studied electrical and computer engineer at the National Technical University of Athens, and after finishing her bachelor degree, she moved to Paris to continue her postgraduate studies. She lived in France for 5 years and worked as a pre-sales engineer in a telecommunication company. While she was highly successful, she decided to refuse a high-salary job in Paris and follow her dream to realize her life project. She moved to Greece despite the financial crisis and built her own business on Chios Island. Her philosophy is to create a relationship of trust and integrity with her clients and provide services and knowledge that can help companies and professionals through the benefits of her specialization. Her aim is to use online marketing to increase value proposition and produce the best possible results for her clients. Once again, I would like to thank our trainers for today, and I would like to ask David Barreno to continue with the presentation. David?
Hermanos, um, thank you everyone for continuing assisting to the seminar. Um, well, we are going to start then with the recap from yesterday. So let me just open the presentation. Let's see. So the first part of the presentation was social media, and we dedicated exclusively. Oh, okay, no. Before that was the tech tools that will help us out to succeed in social media. I don't know if anyone has questions about the tech tools. Let me see. So remember, the first most important was Google, and then after Google will be like the center of all our operations. Fifthly will be the second one, which is the aggregator or all the content that we are going to start compiling to upload our social media sites, correct? And where we're going to do it, we're going to use a little software called Pocket, which allow us to save things in our pockets, right? All the articles, all the pictures, all the interesting information that we may need for creating our content, that's going to be stored in here. And then we're going to have the help of the web to start the automatization of the process. Uh, that will be just to start using this program, if this, then that, to create recipes so everything can happen automatically. So I recommend you again all the RSS, any content that you find valuable or that is according to the website or the company that you're working on, that you can activate those RSS. So those RSS automatically will go and be posted on your Facebook page or in the LinkedIn page. And then we have another ones that we just touched, not in detail, but that there are really important pieces of software that will allow you to complete all the social media process and at the same time keep us organized and make our lives easy. Express the competition of that's the competition of the. Can you give me just 1 second, guys? I have to fix the microphone here. Okay, you hear me?
David, yes, please go
Oh,
ahead.
thank you. So Express, which is the competition of Photoshop, Dropbox, where you can store all documents, the MindMeister, which is the collaborating map mapping software, the Orchestra, which allows you to do the to-do list and to include many other people in it, and then Prezi, which is the free version of the PowerPoint. And basically that's what it was, the first part. If anyone has questions about it from tomorrow, if you get a chance, did you get a chance to go and check on all those sites? This is the time to ask. If there's no more questions, we move to social media. And then remember, in social media, what we did is to create all the tactics and strategies that we're going to use to succeed on Facebook. And as I was mentioning yesterday, guys, in whatever you do in Facebook is going to be equally applicable for the other media sites, which is Twitter, LinkedIn, Google Plus, all those. Okay. So one has any questions about it? Mm, Okay, seems like everything is fine. Remember, guys, that these presentations, as well as every single link that we mention in these presentations, we're going to be available in the in our website in the resources section. Okay. Okay. Let's see. So let's move on to our subject for today, which is going to be email marketing. Okay. One second. Um, I'm having some technical difficulties right now. Just a second, I have to reopen the session. So Manos, I'm gonna be out for 1 minute.
Okay, David. So as David is trying to fix a problem that he's having, I would like to talk about email marketing and how important it is for businesses. I'm just going to say that it is very important because uh, the email that you're going to send the business is going to send an email to potential clients, and the email is going to go directly to their inbox, and it has big open rate. So email marketing is very effective for business. At the same time, as David is going to do the presentation, he's going to let you know that there are some areas that are very important for email marketing. As an example, the subject line is very important. We have to make sure that the subject line is attractive. Because really people are not going to open an email. Subject line is the first thing that they're going to see, and they're not going to open an email unless it's something that it is of interest to them. At the same time, when we develop email campaigns, we have to consider various things such as to make sure that the email is going to go through the spam filters, because we really all we want to do is people to read our email. If people don't read it, then it doesn't have any value. So David is an expert with email marketing, and he's going to give you more information, and I can see that he's back. David?
Yes, I'm here again. I apologize for the inconvenience, and so let's move on. Okay, so email marketing. The email marketing, the first thing you need to know is why. And the most crucial part of understanding why email marketing is important in these days when it seems like social media is taking all over the place. But email has nearly 3 times as many users accounts as Facebook and Twitter combined. So this is a huge difference between social media and email marketing. Just think about it, guys. From the first time that Facebook, not even Facebook, but internet itself was created with the intention to be able, for people to be able to communicate with each other through the computers. And the first software that they invented to be able to communicate was email. So nearly every single person who has used internet will have an email account. Because as I'm saying, that was the first idea from the internet to be able to communicate, and the way they created it was with the email. So nearly every single person who uses a computer We'll have a Yahoo Mail account. We'll have a Gmail account. We have a Hotmail account. Um, so this is something important to keep in mind because email is one of the most effective tools that you as a social media marketer will have. And has this characteristic that nothing else has in the social media or the media communication, the electronic media communication, which is that is really personal. So email is one of the most intimate acts of electronic communication. It's first, actually, is the first way we find ourselves using internet, and this is a really good advantage. As you see, since the very beginning, email haven't even changed or evolved uh, from the first time that this software was used. Always is going to have a recipient, always is going to have a sender, always going to have a subject, and always going to have a body. So as you remember, as far as I remember, I cannot recall seeing this interface in a different way. Always you're going to come here and find the recipient, and then you're going to add the subject, and then you're just going to compose your email. Probably you're going to attach some pictures, probably you're going to attach some documents. But in essence, email hasn't changed a bit since it was created. And that takes us to the most important part of the email. As I'm saying, guys, the email is the most intimate contact that you can have with a client. Is I'm going to compare it like Facebook is like going to a party, as we were talking about it yesterday. You go to the party, you interact with people, you hang around, you mingle, you socialize, and it's really a public act to be on Facebook or to be on LinkedIn. And that's the essence of the social media, is being social. When it comes to email, that's an intimate experience. You have to open your browser, you have to introduce your password, and it's going to be a space that you have it protected by a password only for yourself. As you see, you don't see any other part where you can focus when you are in an email, but if not, it's the sender, the receiver, the subject line, and the body. But before the body, before the actual email, the first act, the first contact that we're going to have with the client is going to be the subject line. So that's why it's really, really, really important that we pay special attention to the subject line, because that's going to determine if the person is going to open the email or not. And when we are talking about email marketing, well, the essence of email marketing is for people to open the email. Remember, guys, when yesterday we were talking about conversion. So conversion in the bakery is the people who goes through social media site and discovers your bakery and then visit your bakery. That's conversion. In this case, for the email, the first conversion will be to people to get excited enough to open the email. And what we really have is the subject line. So the subject line is not going to be more than 5 to 10 words long. So we really have to think about what's the subject that we're going to get. In our resources section in our website, we're going to have a special presentation dedicated only to this subject, to the subject of the email, because I cannot emphasize, guys, more on how important the subject is when you are doing an email marketing campaign. It has to be good enough for people to pass, because when you see uh, your inbox, you're just going to scan through all the subject lines, and then you're going to decide what's appealing to you and what you're going to open or not. Mm. The email marketing, the advantage, and I'm going to say probably the big difference that has is that I try to call it like it's business. It's like business friendly. It's like the one single marketing channel to talk to all your customers in the most professional way possible. Because one thing is Facebook, the other one is LinkedIn. LinkedIn is really professional, but here you have the voice and you have the option to speak directly to the person. Hmm? When you get an email, you open the email, you have 100% attention to that particular email. And that's something really important, and I understand for the sales team that this is one of the most important weapons that they have, because you are going to have, for a brief instant, the full attention of the possible customer, of the possible client, or the possible lead. It's like 15 seconds window to talk something, to say something to the client. And this is how we have to see it. The opportunity to talk to the person for 15 seconds. So if you only have 15 seconds, what are you going to say? What's the message that you're going to send? And that's what really need to be thinking about it when you're creating an email. What's going to be that message? If I only have 15 minutes, if I only have 15 seconds to talk to someone, what is that conversation? What is going to be that conversation about? I cannot say many things at the same time. I need to focus my attention only in one message. If I'm going to be able to speak with the person for 15 seconds, I'm going to be sure that that person understands what I'm saying. And the best way for the people to understand what I'm saying is to focus only in one message. I have 15 seconds to send one message. And if the person understands that, that's when you're going to succeed. Hmm. Because email has an advantage that I'm going to say not a Facebook, not LinkedIn, not any social media site will have. And it's already a commercialized medium. So people are expecting three things. They're going to expect emails from their friends. They're going to expect special offers, promotions, and they're going to expect spam. So it's three different categories. We're not the friends, so they're not expecting that from us. So that leave us in the second and third possible way to reach the email, which is going to be the commercial part and the spam part. And that's something important that we need to differentiate. How are we going to do if we don't know the person or they barely know us, to say something to them in the subject line that we're going to take you apart from the other person, other people, other companies solicitation for business? So that email has to be special, because first we are invited to the house of the person for 15 seconds. The person already know that we are going to talk about business, or we're going to talk about the product, or we are going to talk about a company. People already know that and they're okay with it. The thing is how we're going to present that message to be enticing enough, to be attractive enough for the people to go and open the email, and not only open the email, but to get the message through. Hmm? And that's how you can compose your message. You can create your email based on the receiver. Hmm? Same thing. When we were talking about yesterday about clients, the first thing is to ask the questions. Ask as many questions as you have so you can have a better understanding of what the message is about, what the company is about, and what kind of people the company is trying to reach. And this is really important because the difference between spam and email that interests to us is that particular word, interest. If I'm interested in something, I'm gonna read about it. If it doesn't touch me, if I cannot relate on that message or in that sentence in any particular way, I'm not gonna open the email and I just going to toss it out, trash it, or probably mark it as a spam because it's not relevant for me. And that's the importance on understanding what is the message, what is the company, and what is the target that they are trying to reach. What is that person, that individual, that particular individual that is buying those goods, that is listening to that kind of music, that is eating that kind of food. And then once we identify that person, then we need to start to think how that person thinks, how that person talk, and what is the best way to present our message so people can click on it and read it. Mm. Because look,
Can I ask you something, David? So basically, what you're saying is that we really have to be specific. We have to give a persona. Like, let's say that the person who is probably going to open the email, maybe it's a woman and she's 35 to 40 years old and she has an income of $50,000 plus. Am I correct?
yes, the more you know your customer, the more effective are you going to be presenting your message, getting across your message. Because, as you're
Okay.
saying, for example, yesterday we were talking about promoting an artist, pop artist. So that promotion, we have it, the message clear on Facebook and LinkedIn and all the social media sites. In the same way, we have to create our email. So we're gonna talk using the language of the people who may listen to that kind of music. Yesterday we were talking about, okay, teenagers. So the image that we use, the subject that we use, the words that we use, has to touch that teenager, has to be relevant to that teenager, has to relate with that teenager in some way. So that's when it's important to know your customer, to know the client, to know the target people that you're trying to reach. The more information you have about that person, the easiest it's going to be to that message to come across and to touch that particular individual. I'm going to say
Great.
always, always compose your email, not for the masses. Compose the email for that individual. So I'm going to say this. Mm, Try to find your target and then create a persona out of that target. Give it a name, give it an age, as you say, man. That the person, her name is Margaret, and that person works in determined place, and this person um, earns this much money, and this person likes to hang out in these places and like to listen to this kind of music. All those kind of information you are going to use to create your email, and that's when the email is going to be effective.
Excellent.
So between email marketing and social media, and that's something that always is going to be a debate. How much time do I spend on social media? How much time I spend in email marketing? How effective is social media? How effective is email marketing? Well, for me, I see it in two ways. In the social media marketing, you're going to have many people, a lot of people. In the email marketing is going to be less people, but more effective people. Let me explain that to you. When you create an email marketing, the first thing that you are going to see is um, the lists or how you come across with the database. So you may have on your website a sign-in form. You may have a sign-in form at your store. Or maybe when people purchase something on your store, you ask them for the email address. And when you start compiling all those names, all those email addresses, then is when you're going to start filling that information. See, this person is like this person is like that. Any single piece of information that can help you out to identify the possible client, you are going to use it. And that's when email is, I'm going to say, until now, probably it's going to be equally effective and more effective actually than social media. And we go back to the first thing that I said today. It's about intimacy. It's about the fact that you have the opportunity to talk to this person individually. That it's going to help you out to succeed giving the message away. Okay, so let's see what email marketing is about then. Having just the why we send the email clear. Uh, Email marketing is uh, 4 stages. The first one is something that allows you to manage your contacts. Once you have this sign-in form in your email, in your website, once you have the sign-in form in your store, or once you start compiling all the email addresses of your clients, you have to have a certain program, certain software that allows you to control and manage all those contacts. And that's something that it has to happen automatically. So when people, instead of we inputted the information, it must be them inputting that information. So in any email that we send, in any website that we have, in any piece of information, in any campaign, in any marketing piece, we're always going to include an email. So people can email it to you, and then you're going to have that information, that email. And then when you have all that information, you have to have it organized, right? Second stage, after you organize your people, is going to be creating the email. But let me go back to managing contacts. So managing contacts is crucial for the succeed of the email marketing. And the reason is this. The more specific you can be, the more effective you're going to be. So when you have a contact, it's not only there's not only need only for the email, but you need to have the email address. You need to have the name of the person. You are going to identify the person, the gender of the person, if it's a woman, if it's a man. You're gonna identify how old the person is. You're gonna identify the income of the person. So all those all those pieces of information will gonna help you to customize your email. When you are composing your email, you're gonna be able to customize it in the exact way that you are intended to be. And because every single email has to relate with every person. So let's say, for example, you are creating a campaign only for people in one particular city. So first, you know what time is it the city. Then second, you need to know what kind of activities are in the city, what kind of people are in the city. And if you have all that information in your contact database, that's going to help you out to create your email. Mm. The third stage will be to send the email. So how you're going to send the email. Mm. When you have a database of only 20 individuals, 50 individuals, well, it can be worth to just send it one by one. But then when your database is growing and you exceed more than 100, that's when it comes an issue to send an email one by one, right? So because that is time consuming and we're trying to maximize the use of our time. So then is when you need to select a good way to send the email. Uh, After you send the email, it comes the most important part.
If I excuse me, David, that I interrupt you, I want to add something about this. Also, the reason that you want to use, I'm just going to say a software, or you're going to use to send out your email is that if you use as an example Outlook, if you send, I believe, more than 20 emails within a day, then your email provider is going to accuse you for spamming. So you really need to use another solution to send mass email. Okay, I don't know if you want to add something about this, David.
Yes, I will. Um, when it comes to sending emails, um, again, it depends on how many contacts you have. The more people you have, the more complex it became. So, for example, if you have people not only in one city but in 4 different cities, so now you have to talk to 4 different groups, and then you have to organize your contacts by city. So then that means that you are gonna have to send 4 different emails. Every single email customized for every single city. Mm. Then when you're creating the email, that's going to be effective only if you talk to the person about, now I'm not saying about their city, but if you customize the email exclusively for the city. So let's say you want to have appointments with them. You have to present the person wants to show you their products. And you have to customize appointments. So that's going to be 4 different emails, giving 4 different days for 4 different appointments in every city. So that's why you need to think how you're going to send the email and what you're going to use to send the email. Hmm. After that, it's going to be the track results. And this is really important. It's the most crucial part because, again, this email marketing is not different from the social media when it comes to how you're going to succeed in it. And the answer is practice. So you have to test, and you have to test more than one time. So you are going to set an email. You are going to use different subject lines. You are going to use different types of images, and you are going to send the email at different times. And then you're going to go back to your data, and you're going to determine which image is the best. What are the best subject lines that allows you to have a better open rate? What are the time when people open the email the most? What is that day in the week that you should send the email so people are going to be able to open it? And that kind of questions will come only if you start testing your emails. So there's different providers for this service, email marketing service. Most of them are you have to pay. Some of them are free. I'm not going to get into each one of them because basically at this point, with all the technology for every company, they're pretty similar and they offer pretty much the same service. The only difference will be, well, some of them will have certain features, the other one will have certain features. So if you ask me if which one you should use, I'm gonna say try them, try 3 of them, 4 of them, test it out, and wherever you feel comfortable with it, go with it, because all of them offers the exact same service. Okay, and let's say, for example, in my case, I like MailChimp. I like also Constant Contact. I like GetResponse. And it's because every single one of them gives me a different features. I like the customer service in Constant Contact. I like the layout and the possibilities for design with MailChimp. I like the reports on GetResponse. So I'm not gonna say one is better than the other. They're just different, and then it's gonna be up to you to decide which one of them you're gonna use. What is most important for you? Uh, Having a good email design. Then you go with MailChimp. I need to know that my email is gonna go out, and customer service is really important. So then you go with Constant Contact. So it all depends. Just because the email marketing, in essence, is going to be the same. So this is just the tool that you're going to use. So right here, I have 4, and this is the 4 that has given me the better results. Currently, I'm using MailChimp. I just like the chimp. No, well, I like the chimp, but I also like the way that they present information and the way I am going to be able to design. It has this kind of fresh view that I really like. Okay, so if you have questions, let me know. This is the time.
David, I also wanted to add a couple of things before we
Yes.
proceed with the questions. The first thing, it has to do again with the subject line and the content we're going to use within the email. We have to make sure that we have to avoid some words in order to prevent the spam filters to take our email basically to the junk box of our possible client's email account. As an example, a word can be free. So on your subject line, you should avoid a word like free. Are there any other words, David, that maybe you can recommend to
Yes.
avoid?
Um, so when you're composing the email, the subject line is crucial. So unfortunately, so many people use the word free. Word free is terrible because that automatically will trigger the spam filters, and your message, if it's the first time you're trying to contact the person, is not going to pass through. It's going to go directly to the junk box. So words like free, words like discount, um, words that also compromise the nature of the email. So words like sex, for example, that kind of words always are going to trigger what the spam filters.
Great. I also want to add something else. We are talking now about permission-based campaigns. So when we prepare the campaigns, and we are ready to send out the emails to our list, it is an assumption that we know the people that we are sending our emails. In any case, we have to consider that in every message that we send out, we also have our contact information, which includes our name, last name, phone number, address, any information that people can basically can find us. If we don't have our contact information, this will be considered a spam, and that is not a good thing. And it is also under international rules with the European Union. You have to have your contact information, period. It's a must. The other thing that you have to make sure is that in the email that we send out, we include the unsubscribed option, meaning that we give the option to the receiver to unsubscribe from our list, so they're not going to receive any more emails from us in the future. Again, it is under the rules from the European Union when it comes to internet marketing and the laws. So, David, anything else you want to add?
Well, let's
You
go
may want
back
to
to
add.
the words and the subject line. I'm going to send you a link, guys, with all the words that you cannot use. So, because again, one word can be really a good thing on your subject line, but also it can be detrimental to your email. So when we're talking about business, for example, um, words like buy direct, clearance, um, when it comes to personal, singles. Fortunate, yes, that word mid-singles is banned for the email marketing. Mm. In financial, well, the dollar sign, never use it on a subject line. The word free, the word discount, the word credit, triple X, $1 million, price, profit, things like that you have to avoid. Words like credit card. I'm gonna send you guys all the list as you always. It's gonna be all the list of all the words that probably can trigger the spam filter. Okay. Let's see. Okay, and probably we're gonna upload it also to our website in the resources uh, section. Okay. Um, so let me ask, guys. Someone went ahead yesterday and create their first Hello? Can you hear me?
Hear you, David.
Okay. So do you, first, I think we complete with the email marketing, correct? If
I have
someone has
one.
any questions.
David, I have one more comment. This is about the email marketing services you presented, such as Constant Contact, Get Response, and I really want to encourage the participants to visit those websites. As an example, go to constantcontact.com. To review the service. The service is free. I believe, David, for the first month, you don't have to pay, right? So
The good thing
you're
about it, yes, is like on Constant Contact or MailChimp, you can try it out and it's going to be free. Like if you have a list of less than 500 people, that's going to be for free. Good thing about, for example, MailChimp is that it's going to allow you to use their software for free if you allow them to put a stamp that says MailChimp at the bottom of your email. If you can live along with it, that's going to be for free. Um, and the good thing about it is that you can go there and they are really easy to use. So if it's going to be the first time you're going to use it, I'm going to say go ahead and go with Constant Contact or MailChimp because they have a really good customer service and they have really good video tutorials. And for the first month, also, you're going to have a dedicated agent that's going to help you out with any questions that you may have when it comes to creating the email, creating an email, updating a database, or sending an email. So if this is going to be the first time, yes, I will say go with Constant Contact or MailChimp because
yeah.
they
So
both
you
has up to 500 people for free.
Yeah. So, and what you should do, you should not afraid to explore because really, when you check these services, you can create your own templates. So you can play with the design. You can create designs that you feel that your potential clients, the receiver will like. So I will just say explore, explore, explore. And the second thing that you can do, maybe you can create some fake email accounts. As an example, you can go to Gmail and you can create 3 email accounts with Gmail. You can create again another 3 email accounts with Yahoo or any other service, and then you can test your campaign by sending your email campaign to those emails that you just created, because really you want to make sure that your campaign is going to pass the filters, and at the same time you want to see how it looks like. So that's one approach.
Yes,
Da-
totally.
David?
Yes, totally. That's going to be always a good idea. Um, Also, the MailChimp Constant Contact will offer you some tools to determine if, for example, your subject line is good and is not going to be a trigger for the spam blockers. Um, Also, if you don't know how to design an email, they're going to provide you with a template. And actually, they have many different templates that will suit any kind of business or any kind of product. Um, so the idea is, as usual, guys, just go search and try it out. And start small. Start sending a newsletter or start sending an email just to your friends or just to your family. So you are going to have the opportunity to test it out, the opportunity to know how it works. And good thing about it is that they always have a resources center and people that are gonna willing to help you out to teach you how to create the email and how to manage your contact list.
Excellent. So has anybody have any questions about email marketing? I don't believe that anybody has questions. So David, do you want to add anything else before you finish your presentation?
Uh, well, let me see. For email marketing, as I'm saying, the most important thing is just think that this is a really special and intimate moment that you are going to have your client with the person, you're going to have the full attention of the person for 15 seconds. So you really need to think from their perspective. Just take a look of your inbox. See what kind of emails do you open. See what kind of emails do you consider spam. And take a look and make notes and try to understand the process of why you determine that that email is spam. Or ask yourself, why did I open this email? So what kind of subject line? It was interesting enough for me that even though I don't know the person or I don't know the company that is sending this email, you know, I'm opening this email. And always pay attention to that kind of things. Be conscious about the process of the email. How do you receive an email and what kind of emails do you open the most? So that's going to give you a better idea on how you can start presenting an email or creating a campaign.
Do you have, David, any tips about how people can create their lists?
Well, the first thing is that the list has to be legit. I recommend not to buy mailing list because buying a mailing list, you really don't know what those emails are coming from. Second, you don't know if those emails are real. And the idea is to grow that list organically. And when I say organically is that when you start that list the one by one. So you must have a sign in section on your website. For example, MailChimp, Constant Contact, they offer you a code that you can add to your website and you can have a sign-in form. So people visiting your website, they're going to have the option to sign in to your newsletter. So that kind of things would allow your list to grow organically. Like if it's a store, it will be always a good idea to have it right in the register cache. When people are ready to buy, you can ask them just to subscribe to the newsletter for special promotions. You can ask them to subscribe to your newsletter for the upcoming events, things like that. And that kind of emails are going to be the most valuable emails because are emails that are coming from the people that you already know, people that already know your business, people that are already clients. Second, in every single email that you send, you always have to give people the option. First, to subscribe again to the newsletter or to your mailing list. Second, offer the option to send this email to another person. So that way, if the email is from their interest and they see value in it, they're gonna will have the thought of sharing the email. So you have to present them with the tools for them to sign in and to share with their friends. Because let's say, for example, if I got the email because I'm subscribed to your mailing list, and then I find your products really helpful and I want to share with a friend, I just going to forward the email. And then my friend is going to get it and he's going to say, I like the products in this email. But then probably he's not going to be able to go farther than that. So you're going to have to give the option to the person to sign in right from the email. That way you grow your list organically and you always keep it in good health. Because, for example, that also reminds me that you have to be careful from where you're getting your emails from. The reason why I don't advise you to buy a database or to buy a bunch of emails is because you don't know if the emails are real, and second, you don't know what kind of persons they are. And that's going to be a problem because if the emails are not real, then these software companies like MailChimp or Constant Content, Benchmark, they're going to start questioning your account. They're going to start questioning why you have emails that are not correct or emails that are bouncing, or why it's going to just trigger suspicious on how you get this email. And just that kind of database are not going to be effective, because the most effective one is the one that are people like that when they really know your product, or when you're talking their language, then they're going to listen. But if you send an email to a person that you don't know and you have no idea who the person is, well, you're not going to be able to speak the same language, and then the person simply is not going to open the email.
Yeah, I agree, David. And one more thing that I will suggest to do in order to in order to collect emails, maybe you can also do a campaign on Facebook, or you can do a Google pay-per-click campaign and give away something for free. As an example, you can give you can ask your client to give us an example, a 10% discount for their services. So by giving something away for free, people will subscribe to learn more and get the discount, and right away you have their email addresses. So we are presenting now email marketing, but at the same time, and yesterday we presented social media, Facebook, but really what you can do is you can combine what you're learning. So you can combine email marketing with social media, just different features. David, do you have anything to say about this?
No, you just say it right. That's the way it goes.
Okay, excellent. I don't know if you guys have any questions. Please let us know so we can proceed. If you don't, then we can proceed to the next session, to the next presentation about on-page search engine optimization.
I think we are going to proceed.
Yes, absolutely. I want to thank again David for his time and for his presentation. Thank you so much. And I want to invite Lenya to start her presentation. Lenya?
Yes, hello everyone. This is Lenya Evangelinu. I'm going to present you on-site SEO training course. As said before, I am an engineer and I have a 5-year professional experience in France in the field of telephony over IP and integration services. I have started web marketing in Greece at the beginning of 2012, and here you can find my LinkedIn profile and how you can contact me. So let's begin, because we have a lot of things to say. So this is the agenda. we are going to have a small introduction about search engine optimization, what is it, why it is important. After that, we are going to talk about how to optimize a website. I will give you the main definitions and the basics of on-page optimization. The goal is at the end of this course, you will be able to optimize your site by your own. We will add some things that you need to know. After that, I will present you some metrics which are important for your website for SEO purposes, and we will finish with some very useful tools and resources to continue learning about search engine optimization. Okay, let's begin. If you have questions, you can ask them through the chat. Okay, so what is SEO? So SEO is search engine optimization. Actually, it's all the techniques and methods we use in order to affect the ranking of a website or a web page in a search engine's search results. So search engine, what is it, search engine? Search engine, I will give you the most common search engines as example, is Google, Yahoo, and Bing. So it's a website where you can visit, you can write a keyword or a phrase or whatever you want, and you can do a research and find some information about what you are interested in. The goal of search engine optimization is to make your website easy for both users and search engines to understand. Don't worry if you have some words that you are not very familiar to. I'm going to explain everything later in this course. Okay, what it is important to understand is that search engine optimization refers to the organic search engine's results. Here we have an example. We have Google, and where I'm saying about organic search engine's results, I'm talking about the results you see at the bottom of this picture. When the part of the blue part of this picture, these are not sponsored results, and there is a difference between these results, which are the organic, and the sponsored results, which are at the top of this picture with the red frame. The results which are within the red frame are sponsored. Why? Why they are sponsored? Because these results, the owners of these websites paid and used a service of Google, which is called Google AdWords, in order to put their website in these results. So it's all about advertising. So when we are talking about techniques and methods to optimize our website, search engine optimization, our goal is to improve the ranking of our website in the organic search engine's results and not in the sponsored results. This is very important to understand. Otherwise, the difference with the Google, the sponsored results is that you pay, you invest some money, and you use the Google AdWords service, so you can place your website in these positions of Google, but you need to pay. It's an advertising. It's a sponsored service of Google, so that's the difference. I hope that's clear, and I continue. Here, I think that we lost the title of the slide. That's not very important. It's some key numbers that I wanted to show you about the search engine market in Greece. I want to share you these numbers just to have an idea about what is happening in Greece. Maybe these numbers are not up to date. I found these numbers through the source that it is referred, it's the website, it's called mvfglobal.com/Greece, and I found these data last year. So maybe today the numbers are not exactly the same. The point is that what we understand is that Google search engine is the most common search engine in Greece, because the 97.5% of internet users are using Google in order to do their searches through the internet. The second search engine is Bing. But you can see the difference is huge. It's only 1.5% of internet users who are using Bing to look for what they need. And the third is Yahoo. So that's the main point to keep in mind here. Google is the most common used. So if you want to optimize your website, you need to focus your efforts and optimize your website for Google, because that's where your customers are, and that the search engine that your customers use. What else we can see in this slide is that, okay, we have some key numbers about the social media in Greece. I think, and I'm sure that maybe David and Manos talked about that yesterday, or maybe you can feel it today, Facebook users, I mean, everybody is on Facebook in Greece. The penetration of Facebook is huge. So if you want to do some social media marketing for your business, of course that depends on your business and to whom you are addressed to, you need to be on Facebook. And the third thing that we can see in this slide are the 10 most popular sites in Greece. Number 1 is Facebook, number 2 is google.gr, number 3 is google.com. This is just to give you an idea what people in Greece are using. So once again, maybe these numbers are not 100% correct, because I found them 1 year ago, and this field is changing very fastly, so there may be some modifications in this number. But in any case, Google is the #1 search engine, so you need to focus your efforts and optimize your website for Google. Okay, let's continue. So why SEO is important? Why it is important? It's very important because, according to some studies, the internet users click more on the organic search engine results and not the sponsored results. And more precisely, 85% of internet users click on the organic search results. Okay, that's huge. You can see the difference. The other point is that the results which are in the first page of Google are the ones that the internet visitors are visiting. You can see here that the first position of Google is visited by 42% of visitors. Only 12% of visitors are visiting the second position, 8% of visitors the third position, 6% of visitors the fourth position of the first page of Google. Maybe these numbers are not 100% correct today. The point is that most people are visiting the results of the search page of Google. And if your website is not in the first page of Google, maybe you are losing a lot of customers. That's the point. That's why you need to optimize your website and be on the first page of Google. What else I need to add here is that the higher the ranking of the website in the search engine's results, the more visitors it will receive. I think it's reasonable what I'm saying here. If the ranking of your website is in the first page, the higher it is, the most visitors you get. Another very important thing to add here is that search engine optimization gives you the possibility to get free traffic. And why this traffic is free? Because you don't pay, you don't use an advertising service such as Google AdWords. We are talking about organic search results, so it's free traffic. So you reduce the cost of advertising programs such as Google AdWords. So the most visitors you get, so if your website is high, it has a good ranking, you get more visitors. The most visitors you get, the highest the possibility to get new leads, new customers, and discover new markets. And there is another point why SEO is important, is that it gives you the opportunity to find targeted visitors. And I'm going to give you an example about that. Your point and your goal is to increase your website traffic. But people who are going to visit your website, you need to be sure that they are interested in your business, your products, and your services. Otherwise, there is no point. And search engine optimization helps you identify and find targeted and qualified visitors for your business. If your business is about, I don't know, hotels in Crete, and you get a visitor who is interested for virgin olive oil of Crete, he is not a qualified and targeted visitor. That's why I'm talking about targeted and qualified visitors. I hope that is clear for you. The most important is that search engine optimization gives you the opportunity to create a long-term investment and make your website work for your business. And we will see how you can do that. We will see later in this presentation how you can find targeted and qualified visitors for your website through search engine optimization. I hope that's clear, and I continue the presentation. So, we need to understand how search engines work, how they rank the websites. First of all, that's very, very important. Otherwise, we cannot explain to you how you can optimize your website. So the most important is to understand how search engines works. I repeat once again, search engine is Google, Yahoo, or Bing. Is a website that you use to look for something. So, the basic search engine functionality. What is the basic search engine functionality? Search engine uses some programs which are known as spiders or crawlers or Google bots for Google. And they use these programs to discover new web pages. Actually, they ask, these crawlers ask the web hosting servers, and the web hosting servers return them all the web pages, the new web pages that they host. So, these programs, spiders and crawlers, are discovering new web pages in the internet. And after that, the search engine is creating an index. And in this index, they put all the web pages, all the web pages. That's the second point. The third point is that once the web pages are indexed, the search engine rank the web pages based on a lot of factors, but one of the most important factors is the relevancy according to a specific keyword research. And I want to give you a lot of examples. Maybe at this point you cannot understand what does it mean, but I will explain to you and I will give you many examples. The point is that the goal of a search engine is to give you the most relevant results according to a specific research. So search engines are ranking the web pages based on relevancy. If I am looking for hotels in Crete, a search engine cannot give me as a search result hotels in Chios Island, because this result is not relevant to my research. That's very important for search engines. Let's talk about ranking. One point that it's very important to understand here is that if your website is not indexed, if your website is not crawled by the search engines, spiders, crawlers, Google bots, and it is not indexed, in that case your website will not appear in the search engine results. That's very important. That's very, very important. So search engine analyze the search engine, let's take Google, analyzes the content of the indexed web pages, and after that they give us the best results. They rank the web pages based on their content and on many other factors. Google is using more than 200 factors to define the ranking of a specific web page. And what is important to understand is that Google is making a lot of changes permanently, is updating the algorithms and the products that are ranking the web pages permanently. A lot of new updates. We're going to give you some examples later today. That means that what works today for search engine optimization may not work 2 years from now in the future. Or what it worked 2 years ago may not be the case today. These are the most important elements of this slide. And don't worry, because I am going to focus in order to explain to you how actually Google works in order to give you search engine results. So, Googlebot is the spider of Google, or the crawler of Google. Is a program that is crawling the web and discover new web pages. After that, Googlebot is indexing the web pages. So with this procedure, Google creates the index. And just to give you an idea, today there are about 30 trillion individual indexed pages, and it is constantly growing. If you can imagine, this is a huge number, 30 trillion individual indexed pages. And the goal of Google is to give you the best result according to specific research. So Google algorithms are looking for clues to better understand what you mean every time you research something. So Google is looking in the index and is giving you the best results, ranking the results based on the relevancy and the authority. And I want to give you some more explanations about what is relevancy and what is authority. Relevancy, I think I gave you an example a couple of minutes ago. It's how relevant a website is according to specific research. The common example, if I'm looking for hotel in Crete, I need to get search engine results related to that particular specific research, hotel in Crete. If I get hotel in Chios, is not a relevant search engine result. So the one very important factor is the relevancy. And the second very important factor is the authority. Google is using the authority in order to rank the websites. What is the authority? The authority is basically the reputation of a website or a web page, the reputation. And to give you a specific example, Wikipedia is a high authority website because it contains useful and high quality content. So for Google, Wikipedia is a high authority website. So you need to improve the authority of your website, because this is a factor that Google uses in order to rank your website according to specific keyword research. I hope that all these elements are, I don't know, maybe they are not familiar to you, but if it's not clear, please let me know and ask questions now. Okay, so that is how Google works and how Google ranks the websites. And maybe I think the next slide, yes, it's an example. So let's say that I visit google.com and yeah. Sorry, I think David, your microphone is open and I am hearing what you are saying. I don't know if you want to ask a question. Okay, I continue. So let's imagine that I visit google.com and I want to do a research using the keyword or the keyword phrase ballroom dancing. I'm looking for ballroom dancing using Google. So the procedure is Google is crawling the web, Google is creating an index, and this process lists every web page that contains a certain word, and in this particular example, it will list every web page that contains the word ballroom and the word dancing. So let's say that the word ballroom might appear in the pages, let's say 5, 11, 54, 71, and 97 of the index that Google has created. And let's imagine that the word dancing might appear in the web pages 11, 23, 54, 68, and 71 of the Google index. Okay, so the keyword ballroom might appear in some web pages, the keyword dancing might appear in some other, maybe common, maybe not, web pages. Google is going to find and give us all the web pages that contain both ballroom dancing, both the words ballroom and the word dancing, both words. So both words appear, let's say, on the web pages 11, 54, and 71. Do you understand what is happening here? Google, from all the web pages that are containing the word ballroom and all the web pages that are containing the word dancing, is going to keep and find the web pages that are containing both the words ballroom and dancing. And after that, Google is going to rank from these web pages that are containing both the words ballroom and dancing. Google is going to rank based on many factors, more than 200 factors, but also based on relevancy and authority, as I explained before. I hope that's clear. I don't have the feeling that you don't have any question. If you have any question, please let me know. That's the procedure, that's an example in order to explain to you how Google works and how they give us specific search results, organic results, every time you are looking for something. Okay, so that was an introduction. We said what is a search engine optimization and why it is important, and I also explained to you how a search engine works. What is very important to understand, maybe I go back to the last slide, what is very important to understand is that if your website is not indexed, it is not going to appear in the search engine results. So what we are doing with search engine optimization is to make your website ready and friendly to get indexed by Google. Otherwise, it will not appear in the search engine results, even if it is relevant to a specific keyword phrase. If your website is about, let's say, olive oil, virgin olive oil, but it's not optimized and it is not indexed by Google, it is not going to appear in the search engine results when an internet user is looking for virgin olive oil. Okay, I continue. So, how to optimize a website, and I am going, first of all, present you some definitions, very important definitions. I don't know why I don't have the title of the slides. Okay. Here is this slide presents you the two different types of search engine optimization. There are two basic types. It's the on-site search engine optimization, the first one, and the second one is the off-site search engine optimization. Today we're going to talk about on-page optimization. That's why it is green. On-page or on-site search engine optimization are all the techniques we use and the changes we make and we apply on our website in order to optimize it. And these techniques and these methods, we apply them in our website content, structure, navigation, or even the code of our website. The on-page optimization determines relevance. So about the two main factors that the search engine uses in order to rank a website, the relevancy and the authority. On-site SEO is all about relevancy. So if your website is optimized, it will be ready because it will be ready and it will be appeared in the search engine results, and it's all about relevance. And another very important factor is that on-page optimization is easy to do. That's why you can do it by your own, you can do it by yourself. And when I say it's easy to do, when you have a background and when you understand what I'm saying today, you can do it by your own self. And when I say that it is easy to do, it's because it can be improved immediately. On-page optimization. On the other side, off-site optimization is something more difficult. It takes time to improve. The off-site optimization are all the techniques and methods we do outside our website in order to improve its ranking. And the off-site optimization refers to your website's authority. I think I try to explain, and I have already talked about authority. Authority is your website's reputation. What other websites say and think about your website. And just to give you a better example, if Wikipedia makes a reference to your website, that's very good for your website because it gives you authority and it will surely improve your ranking in the Google search engine results because Wikipedia is a high authority website. So this is basically techniques about link building or techniques that maybe David, I don't know if he presented to you yesterday within the social media marketing course. These are techniques that you can improve your reputation, your authority, and all these techniques are part of the off-site optimization. It takes time to improve and you need to pay attention. Today we are not going to talk about the off-site techniques, but we are going to focus on the on-page optimization. Okay. I proceed. Yes. Okay. I hope, do you hear me? I'm not sure that, okay,
Yeah,
Manu,
we
do
can
you
hear
hear
you.
me?
Yes,
Okay,
we can
perfect.
hear you clearly.
Okay,
Please
very
go
well.
ahead.
Okay, I continue. Um, I'm going to present you some very important factors for on-page search engine optimization. And first of all, I'm going to give you some definitions. One very important factor for on-page SEO is the title tag. The title tag is an HTML tag. Otherwise, it's an element. HTML is basically the main language that we use in order to build websites. HTML or PHP. HTML. So title tag is an element of the HTML language. It's one of the most important on-page factors. Don't be afraid. I'm not going to ask you to be developers in order to optimize your website. So don't panic if there are some terms that you are not very familiar to. The title tag is very important factor for the on-site search engine optimization. It is presented in the search results, and I give you an example. Let's say that you go to Google and you are searching for hotels in Kea. Otherwise, you just write the keyword phrase ξενοδοχείο Kea. So you have a couple of, you have many results in Google. And here I just, I chose one of these results in order to show you what is the title tag. The title tag is presented in the search results, and in this particular example it is the title that is appeared within the red frame. So, ξενοδοχείο Καρθέα για μία ευχάριστη διαμονή στην Καία. Okay, it's an example in Greek. I guess David maybe has a problem to understand, but the rest here, the rest of the participants can understand that. This is the title tag, and it appears in the search engine results. And it is very important for the search engine optimization of your website. And another thing I want to add here is that the title tag is also displayed at the top of your browser window when viewing a web page. Maybe this is not very obvious, but whether you use an Internet Explorer browser or Firefox or Safari or whatever you want, Chrome, etc., you can, if you pay attention at the top of your browser window when you are visiting a website, you are going to notice that there is a title. This title is the title tag that we are talking about in this slide. So the title tag, what I need you to understand well is that it's very important. It is appeared, it is displayed in the search engine's result, and it is also displayed in your browser window. Okay, another important factor of on-page optimization. Well, here, no, maybe it's not a very important factor for on-page optimization, but I put this slide here because I want to explain to you what is meta description tag and meta keyword tag. Meta description tag, it's another HTML tag, and maybe it is not directly influence your search engine rankings, which means that Google is not taking into account your meta description in order to rank your website. But the meta description, even if it is not taken into account by Google, it is important to be optimized. Why? Because it is appeared in the search engine results, and it attracts a searcher's attention. And we have the same example as the previous slide. We get a result here, the same example for the Hotel Carthea, and here you have to notice that the meta description is appeared in the search engine result. It is the text, the small paragraph, the phrase or the two phrases that are within the red frame. This is the meta description tag. It is a summary of the content of a particular web page. In this particular result, in this particular example, it is the summary of the content of the home page. And how I know that it is the home page? Because I see the URL. The URL is hotelcarthea.gr. So I am sure that this search engine result is about the home page of this website. And the text within the red frame is the meta description tag. So Google is not taking into account this paragraph in order to rank your website, but it is important to have a meta description tag and to optimize it, because the searcher, the internet user, can see it. And it may, an user may click and visit your website if the meta description is relevant to what he is looking for. I repeat, an internet user may click and visit a website if he understands that the meta description tag is relevant to what he is looking for. That's why it is important. That's why it's important to optimize the meta description tag. The other thing that I present in this slide is the meta keyword tag. Is one more HTML tag, and here I put two phrases with a red color just to make you understand and keep in mind that the meta keyword tag has no more value for the search engine ranking. It had value at one time, but it is no longer valuable for search engine optimization. I'm not sure if that is true for all the search engines, but as far as Google is concerned, Google does not use anymore the meta keyword tag for the search, in order to rank the websites. Even if Google doesn't use anymore the meta keyword tag, I recommend you to fill this tag. The reason why search engines stopped using this keyword tag, this meta keyword tag, as a factor in order to rank the websites is because that there were a lot of webmasters that were stuffing and were using many keywords in this area, in the meta keyword tag, and in order to avoid this bad habit of webmasters, Google decided to not give any attention to this to the meta keyword tag. I mean, I visit a lot of websites today that they overstuff with keywords their meta keyword tag, because they believe that with this way they can optimize and they can get a better ranking in Google's result. But that's a myth. That's not anymore the case. So you need to pay attention. I recommend you to fill this tag, but take into account that Google doesn't use it anymore. If you have questions, please feel free. Another very important factor for on-page search engine optimization is the headings. What is a heading? The headings are once again HTML tags that we use within the content of a web page in order to better structure the content of the page, the text. Let's imagine that you are writing a text in a Word document and you want to put some titles in your text in order to structure your text. These titles are the headings, but here we are not talking about a Word document, but we are talking about a web page in a website. So headings are useful because they help us better structure the content and the text of our website. And I give you an example here, and this is my website. I give you an example about, in order to better understand the headings, what is the heading 1, the heading 2, and the heading 3. There are actually heading 4, heading 5, and heading 6. I just put here the heading 1, 2, and 3 because these are the most important for SEO purposes. And more precisely, the heading 1 is the most important. But you can also use the heading 2 and the heading 3. So here is the definition. How to optimize these headings, I'm going to speak and explain to you later today, later in this presentation. Here I just wanted to make you understand and what is it actually, the heading. Okay. You can see here in the example, generally the heading number 1 it's bigger than the other headings. But this is a matter of styling. I recommend you to make the heading 1 bigger than the heading 2 and the heading 3 because if the styling is the same, that may be considered as a black hat SEO method. And now I introduce another term that you may not are familiar to, which is the black hat SEO. The black hat SEO are some methods that are not approved by Google that webmasters are using in order to optimize their website. In this course, we are talking about white hat SEO, which are the legal techniques that are approved by Google in order to optimize your website. Here is another important factor for on-page optimization, is the image alt tag. Once again, it's an HTML attribute, the alt tag. It's an HTML attribute. What's the point of this tag? Actually, a website may have text, images, videos, or whatever you want in a web page. You can put in your web page whatever you want as a type of content. These are different types of content. There's the text, the image, the video. The text, okay, you're going to use the headings in order to optimize your text. Here we're talking about how you are going to optimize your images, or I think your videos too, by using the image alt tag. And why you need to why actually you need to use this alt tag? Because search engines do not read images. I know that's a little bit complex, but yes, that's life. So search engines do not read images. So if you have images in your website and you want to optimize these images, you need to use this tag that is called alt tag. And what I am also saying here is that alt attribute helps search engine replace the image with some associated text. So actually, if you use this alt tag, you help Google or whatever search engine to read your image. And what you see here in the middle of this slide maybe scares you a little bit, but please don't panic. This is 2 lines of code, HTML code, and it is, I put it here because I just wanted to make sure, to make you understand where is the alt tag of an image. So in these 2 lines of code, you have a rule, where you are calling for an image which is called moon.gif. You also define that the alt tag of this image is a picture of moon, and the title of this image is picture of the moon also. It's a coincidence. We usually make the same for the title and the alt picture. What you need to keep in mind here is that you need to complete your alt tag. You need to give a value in the alt tag of the image if you want to optimize your images in your web pages. Otherwise, search engines cannot read your images. I continue. Another very important factor for on-page optimization is the URL structure. And I'm not sure that everyone here is familiar with what is a URL. URL is the web address of a particular web page. For instance, the URL of the project HERMES is, I'm not sure I remember, let me see, it's, I think, www.projecthermes.co.uk. I think that's the URL of the website of the project HERMES. Here in the example, I use another example to make you understand what is the URL of a web page. I use the example of the hotel in IKEA, and I let you know that the URL is the www.hotelkarthea.gr/to-ξενοδοχείο Καρθέα. This is the URL. So the first part, that it is not within the red frame, is the main domain of the website. hotelkarthea.gr is the main domain of the website. The other one, το ξενοδοχείο Καρθέα, which is within the red frame, is the URL structure that we can actually optimize. So it is a factor, it's an important factor for on-site search engine optimization, and we need to optimize this URL structure in order to get a better ranking in search engines results. What else I'm saying here is that the URL structure is one of the most difficult aspects of on-page website optimization. Why it is difficult to optimize that? It's difficult because once your website is built, it is online. I mean, imagine you have your website, you built it, I don't know, 3 years ago. You use some URL structures that are not very optimized, but you have created your website 3 years ago. So if your website is indexed by Google, it will be like the URLs you have created 3 years ago, even if these URLs are not well optimized. To change that, you can do that, you can change that, but it's not very easy. It may be difficult and it may be dangerous because you can create some broken links. I don't know if you understand what I mean. Broken link is when someone is clicking on a link and he is going to a page that does not exist. So if you change your URL structure, you may create broken links. That's why I'm saying that it's a difficult aspect of on-page website optimization, and it's difficult to optimize your URL structure. URLs have great value for a search perspective because they are displayed in the search results, and you can see the example with the hotel in Kea. But they are also displayed in the web browser address, and they have a value because as long as your URL are friendly, you attract more visitors. I don't know if you have ever seen some URLs with many strange characters and percentages and numbers and IDs and things that you cannot understand. I'm sure you have seen some URLs like that. These are not self-friendly URLs. We are going to show you later how you can optimize your URLs in order to make them self-friendly and user-friendly. Okay. So these were some definitions about the basic elements of the search engine optimization, the on-site search engine optimization, and I continue the presentation in order to let you know how actually you can optimize your website by your own. It was very important to understand the main factors, and now we're going to see how you can optimize the main factors. But if you don't know what is the title tag, what is the meta description tag, what is the heading, what is the alt tag, what is the URL, that's sure that you cannot optimize your website by your own. So you need to first understand what is it, what we're talking about, and then optimize them. Okay, this is a slide where I present you the three main steps of the on-page optimization. Actually, I have created these main steps, and I want to show you how to optimize your website with these three main steps. The first step is that you need to create a keyword strategy. What does it mean? It means that you need to do a research, analyze, and find which are the best keywords that work better for your business, your products, and your services. That means create a keyword strategy. Find the best keywords for your business. The second step for on-page optimization is that once you found these keywords, you need to apply them on your website. You need to apply them on the web pages of your website. And that is what we call optimize your website with keywords. And the third step is some other actions and some other things that you need to do in order to optimize your website and the web pages of your website, in order to help Google, in order to make your website Google friendly or search engine friendly, self-friendly. So three steps. First step, create a keyword strategy. Second step, apply the keywords you found on your web pages. And third step, other things to do to better optimize your website. Many people think that search engine optimization is just the second one. There are a lot of people that they ask me to do search engine optimization, and they tell me, I want you to optimize my website for the keyword, I don't know, hotel HERMES. But they haven't done the first step, the keyword strategy. They didn't do any analysis or any keyword research. They just ask me, just optimize my website for this keyword. What I want to tell you here is that the most important step is to find what is your best keywords. Otherwise, there is no point to optimize your website for some keywords that are not the best one for your business. So the step number one is very, very important. And I am starting with the definition of a keyword or a keyword phrase. What is a keyword? A keyword is a word or a phrase that a person uses to gather information on a topic online by doing a research with the use of a search engine. So here we can find a lot of terms that we have actually explained a couple of minutes ago. Search engine is Google. Keyword or a keyword can be just one word or a phrase, a whole phrase. Is something that you put on Google because you want to do a research for that. In this example, I wrote Coquina triadaphylla because my keyword phrase, and I want to look for the keyword phrase Coquina triadaphylla. So a keyword can be just one word or a whole phrase. Okay, I hope that's clear. Why it is important to have a keyword strategy? I spoke about that a little bit. It's very important to do a keyword strategy. Why? Because you need to find the best keywords which are relevant to your business and people use them to find you online. In the example I gave you before, Hotel Chios, I'm not sure that internet users are going to actually use this keyword in order to find my business. I am not sure that this is actually the phrase that I want people use in order to find me online. I want to be sure that I get the right visitors to my website. That's why it's very important to find the best keyword for my business. The second factor is that if your website is optimized for those keywords, you will get more targeted visitors to your website. And I think that I spoke a little bit about targeted visitors at the beginning of this presentation, but I want to repeat what I mean with this term, targeted visitors. Let's imagine that I have the online shop which sells virgin olive oil, Greek virgin olive oil. Targeted visitors are the visitors that are visiting my e-commerce site because they are interested in buying Greek virgin olive oil. If some visitors are coming into my website and they do not find what actually they are looking for, they are not my targeted visitors, and I have made mistakes in my keyword strategy. That's why I need to be sure that I get the right visitors to my website. If someone is coming to my website but he's just looking for how to grow olive trees, this guy is not a targeted visitor. He's going to find nothing in my website and he's going to leave. The point is, why this guy got in my website? I can imagine that he used a keyword phrase such as how to grow an olive tree. And with this keyword phrase, how to grow an olive tree, he came into my website where I sell olive oil. So you can see that there is no relevancy between what he tried to find and what I actually sell in my website. So this is a bad keyword strategy. You need to find the best keywords which are relevant to your business, and people use them to find you online. Very important. And you need to optimize your website in order to get targeted visitors. Otherwise, there is no point. If you get a lot of visitors, massive, huge, many visitors per day, and if they don't find what they are looking for in your website, there's no point. And the third reason why it's very important to have a keyword strategy is that the more targeted the visitors you get in your website, the easier it is that these visitors will become your customers. I mean, if someone is looking for virgin olive oil and is coming in my website, he is a targeted visitor, and there is a big possibility that this visitor will become my customer. But if he is coming in my website, but he is looking for how to grow olive trees, that's for sure, he's not become my customer. Or if he's coming in my website and he's looking for hotels in Chios, that's for sure he's not going to be my customer. So if my visitors are targeted, there is a huge possibility that these visitors will become my customers. And in order to be sure that you get the right visitors, in order to be sure that you optimize your website for the right keywords and that you get the right visitors which are targeted and qualified, all that stuff you can do it with a keyword strategy, and that is why the keyword strategy is very important. Okay, so now we need to explain to you more in detail how to do actually keyword research. How to do a keyword research. So there are a lot of tools out there, free or paid tools that can help you do your keyword research. The most, maybe I can say that the most popular tool is the Google Keyword Analysis tool, and it is a free one. It's a free tool. If some of you are familiar with the service of Google, the Google AdWords service, I'm sure that maybe you have seen and you have used, you have already used the Google Keyword Analysis tool. Because this tool, it is provided actually in the Google AdWords service. But I don't want to confuse you. You can use it whether you are using Google AdWords or not. You just need to have a Gmail account, a Google account. Just to be clear, if you have a Gmail account, you can use the same Gmail account in order to get connected to the Google Keyword Analysis tool. The same, exactly the same. You use the same email and password. Okay, I will show you later some print screens from the Google Keyword Analysis tool, maybe to make you be more familiar with this tool and how to do your keyword research. Here, what else I present here is some very important features of your keywords. Which are the important features of your keywords? What you need to take into account while you are doing your keyword research. I think I have already spoken about that. Relevance. You need to find some keywords which are relevant to your business, your products, your services, and your website content. I mean, my website is about web marketing services and search engine optimization. I'm not going to use as a keyword virgin olive oil. It's not relevant. Okay. Be careful, because there are a lot of websites there, especially in the Greek web. There are some agencies, they want to do every possible service, provide every possible service exists in this world, and they try to optimize their website, and they just overstuff their website with all that kind of keywords. You need to focus, otherwise there is no result. You need to focus. So find all the keywords related to your website. You need to create a general marketing strategy for your website. You can't just you can't sell anything, and you cannot optimize your website for anything. You need to focus. So you need to find all the keywords related to your website, but firstly you need to define what's your marketing strategy. The second point is that you need to find keywords which are actually searchable. What does that mean? That means that the internet users must actually search these specific keywords. Once again, what does that mean? You need to find some keywords, and you need to be sure that these keywords will bring you some traffic, will bring traffic in your website. You need to find keywords people is searching for, and you need to avoid keywords that do not bring traffic. I want to give you an example. Okay, let me think what I can. Okay, let's say that I have a business where I sell flowers, roses, and other stuff, I call you and I tell you, please optimize my website for the following phrase, αγορά λουλουδιών. I'm going to tell you, the first question I'm going to ask you is why you want to optimize your website for this phrase, αγορά λουλουδιών. Are you sure that your online users, that the internet users are actually using this phrase in order to find your website? You are not sure. So the point is, you need to imagine which are the keywords that your customers are actually using in order to find you online. You need to be sure that these keywords are actually the keywords that they are using, not the keywords that you wish them to use. I mean, you wish them to use the keyword αγορά λουλουδιών, but if the users in the internet, they do not use this phrase, why you are going to optimize your website for this phrase if nobody is using this phrase? So you need to be sure that the keyword and the phrases you are going to choose brings you traffic. Otherwise, there is no point. How can you do that? I'm going to show you within the keyword analysis tool. The competition. The third point is the competition. You need to check out how many other websites use your specific keywords and what is the authority of these websites. Let's make an example. Κατασκευή website is a keyword phrase that is very, very searchable. There are a lot of people that is searching for this phrase. On the other hand, there are many websites in the google.gr that are trying to optimize and to get in the first page of Google for this particular phrase. That makes this particular phrase highly competitive. So, before you choose your keyword phrase, you need to check out how many other websites are trying to rank well for this particular keyword phrase. Just a couple of advice. Don't target keywords that you cannot competing. And yes, there is a mistake in this slide here. I'm giving you a website address in order to help you understand how actually you can find the competition and you can take into account the competition of the keyword phrase. But I'm going to talk about that later. For the moment, what you need to keep in mind is that you need to check out before optimize your website. You need to be sure that the keyword or the keyword phrases you want to rank are not very, very competitive. The last point is the commerciality. The keywords need to have an interest for sales and marketing. And what I'm saying here is that you can find which keywords value more. Value more is means you can find this factor with the cost per click. And I think that I'm going to show you directly in the keyword analysis tool what I mean. So this is a keyword analysis tool. If you have a Google account or a Gmail account, you can go in the website address here, adwords.google.com/o/keyword tool. You can put your login and your password, and you can log in the Google Keyword Analysis tool. So this tool will help you discover the best keywords for your business. Where it is in a Greek version, that's okay. You may put, there is an example here. You can put, you can see the part in the top of the part of this picture. There is a field where you can put a word or a phrase, and there I put the phrase κατεψυγμένα ψάρια. Let's imagine that we want to build a business and sell online frozen fish. So κατεψυγμένα ψάρια in Greek. The first thing is that I put in that field a keyword phrase that I imagine the internet users or online are going to use in order to find my business, because I sell frozen fish. The other thing I want to mention is that we go to the field of locations and languages, τοποθεσίες και γλώσσες, and we choose Greece and Greek. Why we do that? Otherwise, the tool is going to show us the results globally. We want to get some results locally. That's why we're going to choose Greece and the languages, which is Greek, in order to get not only the global results, but also the local results. And after that, we do a research, αναζήτηση, research. So I repeat, first time you connect into that tool, you're going to do some experiments in order to discover how it works. So let's imagine that you have a business, online business, and you want to sell frozen fish. And you have a website which is in Greek, and you want to optimize it, and you wrote in a paper some keyword or some keyword phrases that you think they are good for your website to get optimized for them. One of these phrases is the phrases κατεψυγμένα ψάρια. So you get into the Google keyword analysis tool and you write in the field word or phrase the phrase κατεψυγμένα ψάρια. You choose Greece and Greek for the language because you need to get local results. And after that you do a research. I want to mention one more thing. Maybe it's very advanced as a level. Maybe you can see at the left part of this picture there are some boxes when you can check the type of the research. It's called typi αντιστοίχησης in Greek. So you can see that there it is checked ευρέως and ακριβής. That means that the keyword will give us some results about the phrase κατεψυγμένα ψάρια, the wide research about κατεψυγμένα ψάρια, and the exact research. Ευρέως is the wide, ακριβής is the exact. The wide research of the phrase can include researches such as κατεψυγμένα ψάρια χείλη. This is the wide research. The exact research is the exact phrase that I want to look for and see if it's searchable or not. So it is good for your keyword research to know and to do the whole keyword analysis by using the exact searches, but also the wide searches. So, and I do a research, and this is the results that I get just below in my screen when I'm connected in the keyword analysis tool. And what I'm seeing here is that the phrase κατεψυγμένα ψάρια, the wide phrase κατεψυγμένα ψάρια, has about 720 monthly researches globally, that is the συνολικές μηνιαίες αναζητήσεις, and has about 720 local monthly researches. What does it mean? What is the monthly researches? Whether it's global or local, συνολικές or τοπικές. Monthly researches is a number that tell us how many people, how many internet users per month actually search for this keyword phrase. And this is what I was talking to you earlier, that you need to find some keywords that are searchable, that they bring you traffic. Otherwise, there is no point. If nobody is looking for the phrase κατεψυγμένα ψάρια, there is no point to optimize my website for this phrase. Okay? What else I see here is the cost per click. It's κατά προσέγγιση. So this factor tells me the last point of my slide about the commerciality, the value of the keyword. The value of the keyword. And actually this element is coming from the Google AdWords service, the cost per click. Here is relatively low the cost per click for this particular keyword research, keyword phrase, because it's 0.18 euro. That means that if I want to do an advertisement through the Google AdWords service and put my website in the Google AdWords results, the sponsored links that I showed you at the beginning of this course, the cost per click may be 0.18 euro per click, the cost per click. So this is the factor about the commerciality. Yes, it's good to have a keyword with a high value, but you need to be sure that this keyword brings you traffic. if you found for your business a keyword that has a very high value, the cost per click is high, and the researches, the local researches, monthly local researches are not are not many, there's no point to optimize your website for this particular keyword. Okay, I don't know guys if you understand what I'm saying. I hope so. If you have questions, please let me know. Okay. What is next? Okay. Listen, Manus, I think that we are in the middle of the presentation. I think that maybe we can stop for the questions, or I don't know if you have any other question. I think
Yeah, Lenya, I do not have, I have some comments, but I'm just going to wait for the end of the presentation.
okay.
As you correctly said, we can ask the participants to let us know if they do have any questions before we proceed to the next phase. So any questions, please let us know.
Okay. So do you suggest I continue, or you want to maybe to make some comments?
If you want to make some comments, you can absolutely do, based on everything we have discussed so far, absolutely.
Okay, so for the moment, we have done an introduction, and I presented you the main definitions and terminology for on-site search engine optimization. I have explained to you which are the most important factors that you need to optimize in your website, and I have also presented you the three main steps in order to start doing an on-site optimization, and I have shown you the first step, which is the keyword analysis. And if there is no comment and no question, we can move and proceed to the second step, which is how you actually apply these keywords in your website.
Lenya, I would like to add something. I was actually thinking to wait until the end of the presentation, but I would actually like to make my comment now. You did mention about white hat techniques and black hat techniques, and I'm glad that you pointed out that what we are teaching here is white hat techniques. A lot of companies out there, they are preparing, they're doing search engine optimization for their clients, and they're using techniques that are not acceptable by Google, and this is something that we definitely do not recommend. And I'm just gonna say, just stay away from companies who are doing black hat techniques. And the reason is, if they use some techniques that Google is not approving, then Google is going to ban your site from their search engine, and basically that's it. You don't have access to, people cannot find you through Google anymore. And I'm just going to say that within the last few months, Google keeps on updating their algorithms, and if somebody is trying to do tricks to manipulate the search engines, they're going to find you. So I simply say, stay away from black hat techniques. Lenya, do you want to add anything about this?
I agree 100% with what you are saying. I think that in the past years, there are a lot of agencies and a lot of techniques, black hat techniques that were developed, but things are getting really strict in the lately, because search engines actually are getting I don't know how to say that. They have the power actually to understand these techniques that are not approved, and they can actually banish your website. And search engines are getting their goal is to give you the best result according to a specific research, and that's why they are getting better and better in order to accomplish this goal. That's why they don't like, Google doesn't like this kind of techniques. If you try to manipulate with the way in order to rank your website, Google is going to discover soon or later what you are doing, and Google is going to banish your website, and that's not good, because here we present you techniques in order to do a long-term investment for your website. That's the point. If you want to find short-term investment, you don't go to a search engine optimization. You go to another marketing technique, which is called, I don't know, advertisement, or I don't know what else, social media, or AdWords in Facebook, or I don't know. But if you want to do a long-term investment, in that case you go to search engine optimization, and you need to know that search engine optimization takes time. You're not going to have your website in the first page of Google in a week.
Yeah, I agree with you, Lana. And I will say what I will recommend. I will actually I don't know if you. I'm not sure if you mentioned it already, and I missed it. But it is important to update continuously new content on the website. So as an example, somebody, instead of spending the time to do black hat techniques, they can spend the time and write an article and create a new page, and then optimize the new article, just put 2-3 keywords within the page, do not over optimize. And if you do this every week, one time a week, this will produce better results than trying to manipulate the search engines. Lenya?
Yes, very good point. Actually, I haven't mentioned it yet, but I'm going to. I have a slide about that, about the content. So, but that's a very good point. I mean, if you are going to spend some time and invest, it's better to get things that are approved by search engines, things that are good, and not things that are bad. That's the point.
Yep, excellent. You can proceed, Lenya.
Okay, so if just a moment. So I don't know if somebody else has a question or a remark or a comment, or if everything is clear about the keyword research. I mean, here, guys, I give you some elements. You need to study by your own self, and you need to try. You need to get into the Google keyword tool, do a research, understand if it is a good keyword, if it is a bad keyword, if there is a lot of competition. There is a point that I didn't mention yet, and it was in the slide, in the previous slide. It was about competition. So I have already said that you need to find the keywords that are working for your business, the keywords that brings you traffic. And if when you put here a keyword phrase and you do a research in the Google keyword tool, there is no research for the phrase that you put. It is zero. The monthly researches are zero. You can understand that nobody is looking for this phrase, so there is no point to optimize your website for this phrase. But that's a point. So you need to find out which are the keywords that brings you traffic. On the other hand, you need to find out what's the keywords that do not have a lot of competition, and how you're going to do that. Actually, in order to find out the competition, you need to go to the Google itself, google.com or google.gr, write your keyword phrase, and find out how many web pages actually mention this keyword phrase. And this is billions of web pages. that are mentioning the keyword phrase that you want to optimize and rank your website, that means that this keyword phrase is very, very competitive. So the first thing to do is go to Google, write your keyword phrase, and search this phrase to find out how many web pages refers to this keyword phrase. The second thing that you can do is put the keyword phrase in quotes. There is an error in my presentation here. I haven't paid attention. Here that I'm saying about competition. In the second point, I write keyword phrase on Google. What does it mean? You put your keyword phrase with quotes on Google, and you do a research. And this is a way to find out if this keyword phrase is high competitive or not. But there is a very, very good point that Manos talked to me, is that search engines gives you some results, and whether you like it or not, are based on your history and the browser of your history, the history of the searches that you have done the previous days, the previous weeks, etc., etc. If you are looking for the same phrases in the same niche, in the same market every day, Google is going to give you some results related to the searches that you have done the previous days and weeks. And this impacts the results that Google gives you. So if you want actually to find your competition, you need whether to use the private research in your browser. There are some, I don't know if you are familiar with that, but if you use Internet Explorer or Firefox or Safari, I use Safari so I cannot show it to you, but you can do a private research. That means anonymously, that the results that Google is going to give you are not impacted by the history, which is actually saved in your browser. And another point that Manos told me and I put in the presentation is that there is a website. Here I need to fix it. It's not the right URL. The website is called HideMyAss.com. Yes, it's funny like a name, but this website helps you do a search anonymously. So the search that you are going to do will not be impacted by your browser history and by your researches that you have done the previous days and weeks. So if you want to be 100% correct and discover your competition, this is a very good alternative option. Whether you put your browser on the private mode and you do the research, you are looking, you do a research with your keyword phrase, without quotes and with quotes, and you are write down in a paper how many other websites and web pages are using this particular keyword phrase, whether you use the service HideMyAss.com to do a search anonymously. And that can help you have an idea of the competition. So what I wanted to say is that here we give you some elements. You need to go and try by your own self. This is a big chapter, so you need to experiment by your own self.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
And I would like to add, Lenya, I apologize that I interrupt you, is that it is important to try and experiment in order to learn, and don't be afraid to make mistakes. I'm just going to say that we have all made mistakes, like over so many years, and I'm doing search engine optimization. I have tried different things, they didn't work out. You really have to try though. So,
yes.
So do not afraid to experiment. Lenya?
Very good point. Yes, very good point. Thank you for the comment. Okay, so let's proceed. Because for the moment we have done our keyword research. Let's imagine that we found the best keywords for our company and business and products and services. how actually we are going to apply these keywords in our website. So this is the second step, how to apply keywords on page. This is actually the on-page optimization. So once you have discovered your best keywords, you need to apply them. And you need to apply them on all these factors, which are very important, SEO factors, and which I have already presented you in the first slides of this presentation. So you need to optimize your title tags, your meta description tags, your headings, your image alt tags, your website's URLs, your website's content, and I put in the last line the keywords tag. As I have already mentioned, the keyword tag is not very important, it's not at all important for the SEO optimization, but I recommend you to write and fill this field because you lose nothing. So you don't earn anything, but you lose nothing, and that's good. Okay, now I'm going to give you some information and some advice about how actually optimize every element that of this slide, every element. So let's start with the title tags. We are in the second step of the on-page optimization, and we want to apply our keywords on page. The title tag is one of the most important factors of the search engine optimization. What you need to know? You need to know that you need to create unique, accurate, and brief page titles. Your title tag needs to be unique. You cannot put the same title tag for all the web pages of your website. Every web page of your website needs to have a different title tag. In your title tag, you need to include your keywords. In your title tag, you need to include your keywords. Your title tag is a phrase which describes actually the content of the web page. And it needs to be a phrase less than 60 characters long. If it is longer than 60 characters, the search engine is not going to take into account the characters after the 61st characters. So you need to write a title for your web page, and it will be just one phrase. As I mentioned, and make it different for each web page. You need to put your keywords as close to the beginning of the title as possible. Maybe sometimes that it's difficult to do that in practice, but that's okay. As Mano said before, you need to try to do it by yourself. If it doesn't work the first time, it's okay. You are going to try for second time, third time, etc. Your title needs to be readable for your visitors, because as I have mentioned before, your title tag is displayed in the search engine results. If your title tag is not readable for your visitors, it doesn't speak to your visitors, but it speaks only to search engine, your visitor, the online visitor, the searcher, is not going to click and visit your website. And of course, the title needs to be related to the content of the web page. So let's imagine that you want to write the title tag of your home page, which is a very important page of your website, the home page. The title tag of your home page will be just a phrase of 60 characters long that is going to briefly describe what is your home page about. And it will include some of your keywords, your best keyword actually. It will include your best keyword. I hope that's clear. If you have questions, please go ahead. Okay, that's all about the title tag. And if I continue with the same example, if we take, I don't know, one page of your website that is presented your services. So let's imagine that you have a business with a home page, a service page, a contact page, and an about us page. Not a lot of pages, so you can optimize these four main pages. The title tag of your home page needs to be different than the title tag of your services page. And that's normal. I mean, that's reasonable. The title tag describes the content of a web page. Your home page does not have the same content as your service page or your contact us page, so you need to write a different title tag. I continue with the meta description tag. I have mentioned before that meta description tag is not very important as far as SEO is concerned, but it is important because it is displayed in the search engine results and it attracts searchers' attention. So even if it's not important for SEO, you need to write your meta description tag. It's a good exercise. So the meta description tag is one or two phrases that summarize the content of the web page. Once again, the title tag is one phrase 60 characters long. The meta description tag may be two phrases 160 characters long, no more than 160 characters long, because if it is longer, it will not be taken into account by the search engines. You need to include your keywords. It's all about search engine optimization and keyword analysis. So you need to include your keywords. I mean, how many keywords you are going to put in your meta description? If during your keyword analysis strategy you have found out, I don't know, let's say 6 keywords, you are not going to put all your keywords in your title and your meta description, because that means that you are stuffing your title and your keyword and your description with your keywords, and that's not good. Google doesn't like that, so you need to avoid stuffing the description with a lot of keywords. When I say you include your keywords, you include a keyword which is related with the web page content, and that's all. There are a lot of people that just put in the meta description tag their keyword or keyword phrases separated by comma. No, that's not correct, because the meta description tag is a description of the content of the web page. If you put just keywords, you do nothing. It's a description. You need to put a phrase. You need to describe what the web page is about. If we take the example of the home page, you are going to write your title tag, and then you are going to write your meta description tag, which will be a little bit longer than your title tag because it is 160 characters long, but it is going to describe what your home page is about. And another point important is that your meta description needs to be different, unique for each web page. You are not going to put the same meta description for your home page, your services page, your about us page, and your contact us page. You are going to write a different meta description tag. Make it related to the content of the web page. Okay, that's very important. I continue with the headings. So, for the moment, I don't mention the keyword tags because its importance. There is no importance for it, but I'm going to give you some advice about how to write, how to give a value in your meta description, in your meta keyword tag later. So now let's talk about headings. So headings are titles that we actually see in our website. In our website, we see these headings. It's a part of our text. I have shown you an example. So some advice about the headings. Use heading tags to style your web page content and emphasize important text. So imagine you have your home page, and you have in your home page you have a paragraph of about 400 words, which is about half of a Word page document. 400 words, no, maybe one page in the Word document, and you will need to give some style in order to make it more easier readable by your visitors, because your visitors are scanning your web content. So if you want to make it easily readable, this content of the 400 words, you need to put some headings. What are you going to put like heading? You are going to put, of course, the heading 1, because it is the most important as far as SEO is concerned. And how you are going to write this heading? You are going to include 2 keywords in that heading. Keywords. And if we take the example of the κατεψυγμένα ψάρια, in the home page, you are going to write a heading, which is a heading 1, and you are not just saying, welcome to my website, because that's a very common example, and that is not a well-optimized heading. But you may write τα καλύτερα κατεψυγμένα ψάρια, θα τα βρείτε εδώ. Welcome to my website. So your heading is the phrase τα καλύτερα κατεψυγμένα ψάρια, θα τα βρείτε εδώ. And below that you are going to write καλώς ήρθατε στην ιστοσελίδα μας, καλώς ήρθατε στο e-commerce site μας. But please put in your heading your main keyword phrase in order to optimize your website. And of course, if you have a lot of content in a web page, you can use other headings, not only just the heading 1. You can use also the heading 2, the heading 3, the heading 4, the heading 5, the heading 6. Heading 1 is more important than heading 2, 3 or 4. But you can use heading 2 and heading 3. And if you use heading 2 and heading 3, you are going to apply the same rules that I gave you for heading 1. That means you include your keyword inside the heading, you avoid excessively using keywords in your headings, and you avoid excessively using heading tags. There are some webmasters that, as Mano said, wish to manipulate the search engines. And what they are doing, they are just putting all the content of the page in heading 1. And they put some style, and actually the heading 1 you cannot see when you visit this website that is a title, because the style they gave to this heading 1 is just as a paragraph text. This is a black hat SEO. This is a black hat SEO. You cannot put the entire content of your web page in your heading, because your content needs to have a title, so heading, needs to have a paragraph. You cannot just put the whole content of your web page in the heading. That's a black hat SEO, so don't do that. You write some titles, and after that you got a paragraph, and after that you put another heading, heading number 2, heading number 3, but you don't put all the content in the heading 1. It's not good. Okay, let's continue how to apply keywords on pages, image alt tags, and websites URLs. So, I explained to you what is the image alt tag, and as I have mentioned before, Google cannot read your images. So if you put images in your website, that's perfect, that's very good. I mean, put images, that's good for your visitors. Don't put images which are web friendly, not very big images, not very heavy images. Otherwise your website is not going to be loadable easily. It's going to be low. And that's not good, because your visitors cannot stay and in your website and wait for it to upload your image. So be careful about what kind of images you put, but put images. But if you put images, you may optimize them by giving them alt tags. And how you can optimize the alt tags? Use a brief but descriptive file name for your image and your alt tag. Include the keywords whenever is possible. For instance, in my website about the business for κατεψυγμένα ψάρια, I may put an image in the home page, and I'm going to give in that image I'm going to give the name κατεψυγμένα ψάρια written in Latin characters. The file name will be κατεψυγμένα ψάρια.jpg or png. This is the file name, and the alt tag of the image will be κατεψυγμένα ψάρια written in Greek characters, because my main keyword is κατεψυγμένα ψάρια. So include keywords whenever it's possible. Avoid writing excessively long file names and alt tags. So you cannot put an alt tag with, I don't know, more than 200 characters. It's very, very long. That's not good. Or your file name of the image needs to be short. Don't use images excessively. As I have mentioned before, it's good to use images because the web is becoming more and more visual. And maybe David talked about that yesterday, but social media and Facebook, I don't know if you will know Pinterest and all that stuff, is becoming visual. So you need to put images, but be careful about file of the image. Your image needs to be web optimized, so no very heavy images. And check out your resolution. Your resolution needs to be always 72 dpi. Okay, that's about the image alt tags. About the website's URLs, I have mentioned that another important factor of search engine optimization is the URLs. So you need to create friendly URLs. In the bottom of the slide, it's not very obvious, but there is an example of a URL that is not very friendly. This URL, you can see that contains a lot of numbers and strange characters, and I don't understand what it's all about. So and there is another example in this page of a strange URL which is not SEO-friendly, is the one that I say, like somesites.com/forum/thread.php interrogation thread did equal 12:34:5 and sort equal date. That's an example of a not friendly URL. That's an example of a dynamic URL, and you need to avoid this kind of URLs because your web visitor is going to panic if he sees that kind of URLs. I mean, it's ugly, it's not good, it's not good. I don't understand anything. Your URL needs to tell me something about your web page. I mean, if it is about your services, the services of the frozen fish for my new business, maybe I can have a URL like mybusiness.com/frozenfish but not a URL like with strange characters like Chinese that doesn't say anything to me. No, you need to create user-friendly URL. How you are going to do that? Don't panic. If you have, I'm going to tell you exactly how you are going to do that. It depends on your website. But if your website is static, if your website is a website with HTML code, and you had a developer that created that website for you, you just tell to your developer to fix it. You tell to your web developer to make your URLs friendly. That is how you're going to fix it. If on the other hand you have a website based on WordPress, CMS or Joomla or I don't know, you can fix it by your own. We're going to talk about that later. So, about the website's URLs, you need to create friendly URLs. If you have the opportunity, put some keyword in your URLs, but once again, avoid using excessively the keywords and avoid using lengthy URLs. And what I say is that you need also to separate your keywords with dashes for your URLs. As I have mentioned earlier in this presentation, the URLs optimization is quite difficult to be done, because if your website, I don't know, is a 5-year-old website, you have some references in the internet, and you may create some broken links. In that case, you need to create some redirections. Maybe all that terminology is panics you. Just write down, take some notes and speak to your web developer, and he is going to do what is necessary for you. Okay, how to apply keywords on page. Another factor you need to apply your keywords is your website's content. So, for the moment, you have optimized your title tag, you have optimized your meta description tag, you have optimized your headings, you have optimized your images, and what else do you put in a website? Text. You put content. I mean, content is the most important element of your website. So you need to optimize your content too. Because if we take my example with my frozen fish business, in the homepage I can imagine that I put an image and I also put a paragraph of 400 words, and I wrote a heading 1 in that paragraph, which was τα καλύτερα κατεψημένα ψάρια θα βρείτε εδώ. And after that there is a paragraph blah 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 where I'm talking about κατεψημένα ψάρια. So you need to optimize this content by including your keywords. For instance, in this particular example, I can just write a small paragraph about what is frozen fish, τι είναι τα κατεψημένα ψάρια, what categories of frozen fish do I sell to them, to my visitors, τι κατηγορίες κατεψημένα ψάρια πουλάω, I don't know, a content, what I do, what's the point of, I may explain to my homepage the goal of the website, but I need to write this content by using my main keywords, which is κατεψημένα ψάρια. Be careful, don't use excessively keywords in your content. You need to put your keyword or keyword phrase, I don't know, once, twice, or 3 times in your paragraph. If you have a paragraph of 500 words, if you have more than 500 words, okay, write it more, but I mean, don't put just always your keyword, your keyword, your keyword. You are writing for your visitors, you don't write for search engines. And another thing that you can do is so include your exact keyword in your content. Attention, please. If my keyword is κατεψυγμένα ψάρια, I need to put the exact keyword on my content. I don't want to use the phrase κατεψυγμένο ψάρι, because that's another keyword phrase. Or my keyword phrase is not κατεψυγμένων ψαριών. That's not my keyword phrase, that's another keyword phrase, but not the one I want to optimize for. I want to optimize for κατεψυγμένα ψάρια. And this is some difficult points of the Greek language, because Greek language is not like English. We have, okay, we have plural of course, but we can also have a conjugation. So if you want to optimize for a particular keyword phrase, you need to use this exact phrase in your content. And you may put it in some bold or italic in order to underline your most important keyword phrases. The last point that I want to tell you is that, as I have mentioned before, is that the meta keyword tags, okay, you may fill this tag, the meta keyword tag, and these are some rules and some advice about how to fill the meta keyword tags, even if this tag does not have a particular role for the ranking of your website. So you need to separate your keywords with comma. You need to use 10 to 12 keywords per web page, no more than 10 keywords. I have seen many websites where people are putting, I don't know, 100 of keywords. I mean, they put a paragraph of 400 words with keywords. Doesn't matter. I mean, just put 10, no more, or 2 or 3. In any case, every page of your website, every web page of your website will have to get focus on one particular keyword or keyword phrase. So there is no point to put 100 of keywords in your meta tag. And of course, avoid using the same keywords in all the website. So you are not going to put the same keywords for all the web pages, and avoid keywords which are not relevant with the web page content. Once again, in my new business about frozen fish, I am not using keywords such as website development, because there is no relevancy at all. I don't know if you have if you have questions. Now is the moment to ask your questions. So these are some rules and some advice that I have written for you in order to optimize the main factors of your website. Now, you may be you may be worried about how you're going to optimize all these parameters. Later in this presentation, I'll give you some advice whether to do it by your own self, whether to ask the help of your web developer. What you can do, if that is very complex for you, is that you can take a Word page or another editor, maybe not Word, but another editor, let's say text editor, and try to write some titles and descriptions and meta keyword tags and headings, and optimize your content and your images for every page of your website, or just the most important pages of your website, because you have a website with, I don't know, 1 million of pages, you cannot optimize all of them, just the most important of them. And you can write in the text editor, provide this text editor to your web developer and tell him, please make these changes in my website, because with that way it will be better optimized for Google. And I proceed in the step 3 of the search engine optimization, on-page search engine optimization, the step 3. So if I go back to my first slide about the 3 main steps, we have seen the number 1, which is create a keyword strategy. We have seen the number 2, which is upload your keywords on pages. So I have just finished giving you some tips and advice about how you apply your keywords on pages. And now we are going to focus on some other actions to do for optimization. Okay, I think about the timing we are okay. What other things, which are other things to do in order to optimize your website? Once you have done all that, what else you need to do? What else you need to do in order to optimize your website? First of all, write better anchor text and create internal links pointing to other pages of your site using anchor text. You are going to tell me, Lenya, what is anchor text? So anchor text is a word or phrase with a hypertext on it. Anchor text is a clickable word or phrase. I hope that's clear. So what I'm saying here is that in my example of the new business with frozen fish, κατεψυγμένα ψάρια, in the homepage, so I put my image, I put my headings, I put a paragraph of 400 words, I put some keywords in that paragraph of 400 words, and what I'm saying is that you need to use and create some internal links in order to point to other pages of your website. So just to give you an example, in the paragraph of the 400 words from the home page of my website, I can just ask a small phrase which is, please discover here our frozen fish and our services. And I put a link on the phrase frozen fish. I put a hyperlink on it so it will be clickable. And if someone clicks on that phrase, he is going to move in another page of my website where I have all the categories or all the products of frozen fish that I sell in my website, or all the services that I sell. That is the anchor text, and that is how we are doing internal linking. So you need to use some phrases in your content and put some links, and these links are going to guide your visitor to some other pages of your website. And this is internal linking. And internal linking is important because actually search engines are using these internal links to discover, crawl and index the web pages of a website. That's why it's important to do some internal linking. So I explain here in the phrase that internal links are pointing to other pages on your website. So if from your if you have a link from your home page to another page of your website, this is an internal link. And I have explained to you what is an anchor text. So what you need to remember here is that your keywords, you need to make some anchor text with your keywords. That's good to do. The better your anchor text is, the easier it is for users to navigate and for Google to understand what the page you are linking to is about. That's why it's good to use your keywords in your anchor text, but not excessively, once again. If you have done some, I don't know if it matters to say that here, but if you are doing some, if you have a blog and you write articles, you can, this is a very good technique in order to create internal links within your website and within other posts of your blog. And when you create this internal linking, it's very good to take into account that your anchor text must be keyword or keyword phrases. Not always. Not use excessively keyword phrases. But to give you an example, if I write the phrase, please find out our frozen fish services by clicking here, and you put your link in the word here, and though not in the word frozen fish, which is actually my keyword, what do you think? It's good or not? It's not bad, but it is better to put your internal link on your keyword, which is frozen fish, and not on the word here. Okay, let's proceed. The second point is that you need to create an XML sitemap and submit it to Google Webmaster Tool. So, what is it? What is it, an XML sitemap? It's a little bit Chinese that. XML sitemap is a file, an XML file. And what it is an XML file? An XML file is a file point XML. As the Word documents are, I don't know, Word blah blah dot doc. The XML file is a file which is called blah blah dot XML. That's the XML file. And the XML sitemap contains all the URLs of a website, and it is good to have an XML sitemap because that facilitates the search engine crawling and indexing. So it's very huge. It's very important to have an XML sitemap for your website. Once again, you ask if your website is not built with a CMS system such as WordPress or Joomla or Drupal or I don't know what else, maybe Magento or PrestaShop, etc. You better ask to your web developer to create an XML sitemap for you and then to submit it to Google Webmaster Tool. We're going to talk about Google Webmaster Tool later in this presentation. And that's why I am saying to you just after that if you have a website built in WordPress, which is a very, very good CMS to build your website, and very self-friendly, and you can use it by your own self. It's user-friendly. You can create your XML sitemap with the use of a plugin. Plugin is a functionality that you add in your WordPress site. Once again, if you are not very familiar and you don't have a technical background, you can ask your website developer to install the plugin for you. And for the HTML pages, you ask your web developer to create the XML sitemap. Another point here that you need to do is to create an HTML map for your visitors. And you can find an example of HTML map in my blog, where I put it's a table of contents of all the web pages of my blog. That's an HTML sitemap. And why that's good? That's good for your visitors because they can have a global view of what they can find in your website. And the last point I need to add here is create a friendly 404 page with redirection on your main domain. So what does it mean? If you are not familiar to that, let's say that you have a web page, but you decided to delete it because the information it contained was not up to date. Let's say that in my business about frozen fish, I used to have a service about deliver to your place frozen fish within 1 day, but I don't offer this service anymore, and I want to delete this web page that is presenting this service that I don't provide anymore. So, okay, I tell to my website developer, please delete this web page. But by deleting this web page, I may create some broken links. Why? Because maybe once, I don't know, 2 months ago, I have decided to present these particular services to my group, to my Facebook fan page, to the fans of my Facebook page. So I created a post in my Facebook pages, and I told, 2 months ago, I told to my fans, listen, my fans, I love you. Please find here the service of delivery of frozen fish to your place, and I put the link of that particular web page that I deleted today. That creates a broken link because this web page doesn't exist anymore. In that case, if you have created a broken link, and you need to know that broken links are very common. It's not something rare, it can happen to everyone. I mean, even now on your websites there are a lot of broken links. So, in case you have a web page that doesn't exist anymore, your website visitor is going to be redirected to a page which is called 404 page, error page. This page, 404 error page, is a web page that is just give the information on the internet user that this page doesn't exist. But this page, the 404 page, very often scares the internet visitors. And when an internet visitor goes, unfortunately that can happen, on a 404 page and sees what is happening there and sees a message which is saying, we are sorry, this page doesn't exist anymore, he leaves from the website and you lose a visitor. So what I'm saying here is that you need to create 404 pages which are friendly, which are not scaring your visitors, and you need to put an internal link from that page to your main home page. Because if you don't put that link, you lose a visitor, and that's a pity. Do you have questions? I think no.
Lenya, I don't think that there is any question, so I think that you can proceed.
Okay, thanks. So, that's good. We have seen the basics of homepage optimization, and now we move on some other things we need to know. Okay, as we have mentioned earlier in this presentation, search engines are using a lot of factors and algorithms in order to give and provide you the best results according to a specific research. And I have mentioned before that Google is changing its algorithms very often, consistently. Google updates its algorithms consistently. And here in this slide, I just want to present you the most important updates that Google have done in the past 2 years. So the Panda update was released in February 2011. It was an algorithm, it was an update that with which Google made more than 17 changes in the way that they rank the web pages. And it focuses on quality of content, the uniqueness of content. What does it mean? That means that you are not allowed to copy-paste the content of another website and put it in your website. Because in that case, you create duplicate content, and Google finds out that your content is not unique. And if your content is not unique, and you made a copy-paste, that means that your content is not useful for your website visitors. So Google is going to banish you, because there is no value in your website. So this update of Google focused on the quality of your website content. So 60% of your content must be unique. You have no excuse. You cannot just copy-paste and duplicate your content from another website and put it in your website. The second point is the accessibility of content. With this update, Google took into account the ads, the advertisement, the banners that you have in your website. And you need to have more content and less ads in the above, in the high part of your website. So with this algorithm, if you have if my new business of frozen fish website, at the top of my homepage I put banners and advertising and all that stuff, that's not good, because with this algorithm, the Panda algorithm, Google is going to discover that I put a lot of advertisement and banners and all that stuff, and Google is going to say, that website doesn't have a lot of useful content for the visitors, so I don't give him a good ranking. Another very important update of the Google algorithms was the Penguin update. This update was released in April 2012. I see some mistakes here. I'm going to fix them, all these errors. Okay, so the Penguin update was released in April 2012. It was a massive optimization update. It focuses on keyword stuffing and link spamming. So I talked a little bit about keyword stuffing, and I have advised you not to put a lot of keywords on your titles or your headings or your meta descriptions or your content. That is called keyword stuffing. So this update, the Penguin update, was about the keyword stuffing and the link spamming. It's not good to put keywords repeatedly into anchor text, otherwise your website will get penalized for that. So the main point to keep here is that Google updates its algorithm consistently. I just want to add here another information, is that this week Google proceeded in another very big update, which is called Penguin 2.0 update. And once again, the point and the main message of Google is that they are keeping to rank and they are doing a lot of effort in order to rank better websites with useful, fresh, unique, variable content. And if your website contains duplicate content and a lot of keyword stuffing and I don't know, things that Google doesn't like, and your content is not useful for your visitors, and you have a lot of ads, banners and all that stuff, you need to take into account that a website like that is not well optimized, doesn't follow the rules that Google approves, so your ranking soon or later is going to be bad. Other things to do, and here is what Manos introduced earlier in this course, it was about the content that you need to refresh the website content. So this is a big chapter, because there was a period where in Greece we have started creating websites, and because it was in the mode, everybody had a website, and now there are a lot of garbages in the website. What does it mean? Websites which are dead. I mean, I'm sure you have visited a lot of websites like that. No content, not updated. The last time that they were updated, it was the day that they went online, which was 5 years ago. A website like that doesn't even exist in the index of Google. So you need to pay attention. The new web is all about content and fresh content. Content is king. So if you build a website and forget it, it's better not to build it, because this principle doesn't work anymore. You should consistently update your website with content. How you can do that? You can do that with a blog. And why you should consistently update your website with content? Because every time you update the content of your website, the search engine robots, the crawlers, the spiders, the Googlebot is visiting your website and is indexing the new page of your website. So fresh content means value, and that means better ranking. Google gives you something like a present. If Google feels that you update your website and Googlebot is visiting and is discovering new web pages in your website, so that means that your website gives valuable content and information in your online visitors. That's cool, that's good, so you get a better rank in the search engine's results. Another point why you should consistently update your website content is that by updating your content, you give reasons to your visitors to come back. I mean, how do you feel if you visit a website when you see that the last time that it was updated was 5 years ago? I leave directly because there is no point. I cannot find useful information in that website. Even if there is information, it will not be up to date. And the third reason is that by making some changes in your website content, you can analyze your data, you can track and discover the effect the change had on the performance of your website. I mean, the main point of this course is to optimize your website. And why you need to optimize your website? You need to optimize your website to get a better ranking in the search engine results. Better ranking means more traffic. More traffic means more targeted visitors. More targeted visitors means new leads, new prospects, so eventually new customers. If you make changes in your website, you can see how they affect your website. Imagine you have a blog. Imagine for my new business of frozen fish, I have a blog and I write a post and I publish it once a week. After 6 months, I can identify what is the main subjects that my visitors are interested in. So with that, I can write more and more posts which are focusing on the subject that my main visitors is interested in. Okay? The importance of updating your content. So, and here is about the blog. So, it is a very good move for your marketing effort to create a business blog for your website. And actually link your blog to your main website. I mean, you have a website where you present your business, your products and your services. You can create a business blog where you can write and publish posts about your sector, your activity, your products, your customers' answers, your customer problems, your industry, about everything. This will give you the opportunity to create new, fresh, unique, valuable content, and this is good for your ranking results. So if you want to do an investment today, the most important thing for your business is to create a business blog. Of course, that means that you need to invest some time. I have a lot of people who are asking to me what they are going to write in the business blog. They don't know. It's very easy to find what to write about. Go find a competitor, see what he's doing, and write similar stuff. That's the easiest things that you can do. I mean, within your business blog, you can share information about your sector, your industry, your products, or your services. And with this way, you can show to your website visitors that you are an expert in your niche. So a business blog is good, very good for SEO purposes, but it's also a perfect way to show your expertise, attract new prospects, and increase your customers. It's a very good marketing investment. And just to make also the link with the email marketing, if you have a business blog, it's a very good way to establish and put the basics for an email marketing. Because if you are writing and you are publishing good and valuable and fresh and useful content within your blog posts, you can give a reason to your visitors to subscribe to your newsletter. I mean, give them a reason. Why they have to subscribe to your newsletter and to receive your email with your products and your services. You need to give them a reason. The reason is that through your blog posts, you give solutions to their problems. Otherwise, they have no reason to come to your email marketing campaigns and to receive and subscribe your newsletters. So the blog is also a very good way to establish your email marketing. Here I present you the most common platforms, blog platforms, which are WordPress and Blogger. I am very big fan of WordPress. You can do whatever you want with that platform. You can visit your website and integrate a business blog. There are a lot of templates that you can buy for $50 or $55. It's easy to, it's an easy platform to manage, and you can be very comfortable with this platform, and I think it's a very good investment for your business. Blogger is another blog platform that you can use. It's also easy to use. Personally, I prefer WordPress. I'm not telling you go to WordPress. You can test both of these platforms and choose what is the best for you. Optimize using different platforms. So I think we have already mentioned that before. If your website is an HTML site, it is not built with a platform of a CMS, content management system. In that case, you need to update manually your HTML files, optimize them, and update manually. So in that case, whether you put in a Word or a text editor the title tags when they are ready, and you tell to your web developer, please update my HTML files and web pages with these fields and elements, whether you are doing it by yourself, if you are familiar to that. If you have a content management system site such as WordPress or Joomla, in that case you can use some plugins for WordPress, for instance. The all-in-one SEO plugin or the Yoast SEO plugin are some plugins that you install and you can easily put and give a value to the most important SEO factors of your web page. The title, the meta description, the meta keyword. You can also create an XML sitemap. You can do it by yourself, or you can ask your web developer to do that for you. Okay, the vital metrics of your website for SEO purposes. So it was a very, very big chapter, how to optimize your website. Now there is another chapter about the metrics of your website for SEO purposes. When I'm talking about metrics, the most important metrics of your website is the bounce rate, the time on site, the pages per visit. The bounce rate, what is it, the bounce rate? The bounce rate is the percentage of visitors who enter the website and leave the website rather than continue viewing other pages within the same site. If a web visitor enters in your website and is leaving directly, that means that he doesn't find what he wants in your website. And in that case, you have a high bounce rate. Your bounce rate needs to be less than 60%. Time on site. Time on site is the amount of time, minutes or seconds, that visitors actually have spent on your website. Here, this metric needs to be 2 minutes or more. It's good. When somebody is coming in your website and is staying, is a good thing. Is a good thing, believe me, because you increase the probability that the visitor becomes a prospect, lead, and after that, a customer. That's why it's good to make your visitors stay in your website. That means that they are interested about what you are saying there. Products, services, blog posts, everything. Pages per visit, a metric that displays the average number of pages viewed per visit to your site. This is the average number of pages viewed per visit to your site, at least 2 pages a day. Let's say that a new visitor is coming to your website. It's good to stay there for 2 minutes, but it's even better if he stays there for 2 minutes and he also visits my homepage, my service page, my contact us page, and my about page. So it's good when he visits a lot of pages. Sorry, I am a little bit tired now. Okay, so the above metrics are how you can find all these metrics. There is a tool which is called Google Analytics tool that gives specific information about all the above metrics on your website. I'm going to show you some slides about Google Analytics tools, but in any case, don't worry about that. When you have a Google account, you can have access to the Google Keyword tool. You can also, with the same account, have access to the Google Analytics tool, and the same account gives you access to the Google Webmaster tool. These are 3 very, very important tools that Google gives you for free. So, okay, let's say I have a website, but my bounce rate is not less than 60%, it's 80%. And the time that the visitor is staying on my site is 50 seconds, and they visit 1 page per day. My metrics suck, are not good. What I can do to improve them? What I can do to improve these metrics? I have about 21 advices to give you about how to improve your metrics. So, first of all, you can increase the amount of internal linking. You can put links from your home page to the other pages, for instance. And I give you a website that you can visit and see what I mean when I'm talking about internal linking. You can also increase the size of your content, the font size. Font size is the size of your text. Maybe the visitors can't see very easily your content because your letters are very small, so you need to increase the size of your letters. Sometimes you need to have at least 10 Facebook likes to every page in order to provide social proof. What does it mean, social proof? If someone is getting to your website and is seeing that there is something going on there, that means that you have a lot of fans, Facebook fans, or you have a lot of followers in Twitter. That means that, I don't know, you prove something, you get his trust. That's why it's important to have a lot of Facebook likes. It's like when you sell bread and there are many people that there is a long queue outside your business and your store to buy your bread because it's excellent. People are looking and they are seeing that there is a huge queue of people that are waiting to get your bread. That is social proof. That means that your bread is excellent, so they are coming to you to buy and taste. It's the same thing. Add an author name and photo to your website to increase trust. I mean, you understand what I'm saying here is if you have a business blog, for instance, you need to put an author name and photo to your website. If you use WordPress, it's very easy to do things like that. Add a section showing top related articles. You can also add a section if you have an e-commerce site just to mention the top visited articles of your website, the top visited products, or all that makes people, make your visitors visit your top related articles, your best products, and all that stuff. Add recent comments, reviews, or testimonials to show popularity. So if you have a business blog, it's a very good tactic to have some comments, to create a web audience. That's not very easy for the Greek market. I mean, I have noticed, I have a business blog in the web marketing Greece. I have tell you that I don't have a lot of comments. And I don't believe that what I'm writing is not interesting and it's not unique and it's not fresh. The thing is that Greeks don't write a lot of comments. That is my experience, okay? Maybe what I'm saying, it's not very interesting for them. Maybe if you are doing a blog and you are talking about, football, maybe that's more interesting for them. What I'm saying here is that you need to ask them to comment. You need to ask to your customers to make some reviews for you and write some testimonials for you, because that provides you social proof and increases your trust. Add the contact phone number. Do not be afraid to add the contact phone number. People believe that if they put their phone number in the website, they are going to be destroyed because everybody is going to call them. That's a good thing, because actually if they are calling you, that means that they are interested for your business and services and products. I put my phone number in the first page of my website because I want them to call me. If your goal is not to call you but to buy something, maybe you need to use another strategy, okay? Add the contact email address to all pages. Very, very good. People need to see that you are a person and you exist. If you try to hide information such as contact emails or phone numbers, they cannot trust you. Push content up the pages and ads further down the web pages to grab visitors' attention. We have mentioned that about the Google update. Make your content appear to be recently updated. That's another point. I mean, when I visit a website that the last time it was updated was 5 years ago, I leave. What do? So make something to prove that your website was recently updated. You can do it easily with WordPress and the plugin which is called Extra Short Codes. Make your website better looking, professional and attractive. I mean, that's very important. Strategically place images on the fold of a page to make people scroll down to see what they are missing. Okay, that's another thing that you can do in order to keep your visitors in the website. Use a gravatar image for comment replies to increase trust. If you visit my website, my blog, you are going and you go and you read a blog post, you are going to see that I have my image every time I reply to a comment. That increases people's trust. I am a human being, I have a photo. Use mid-article menus such as recent visitors also visit these pages. That's a good thing to do if you have a blog, to make visitors stay longer in your site. Personalize messages for return visitors. You can do it with WordPress, also with a plugin. You have an HTML site, maybe it's more complicated, and you have to ask your website developer to do that for you. Write captivating titles to grab visitors' attention and increase page views. That's a huge chapter. That's a big chapter. So I have mentioned that it's a very good marketing investment to have a business blog, and you need to find a lot of subjects to write about, and a very important element in every time you publish a blog post is your titles. David mentioned before that a very important element for your email marketing campaign is the title of your email. With the same way, the title of your blog post, the title or the heading of your website or the web page plays a very important role to grab people's attention. If your titles are attractive, they're going to stay further, so you are going to improve your metrics. Use good thumbnail images to increase the number of pages your visitors visit. I'm not sure that everybody is understanding what is a thumbnail. It's a term we use when we write blog posts. Actually, thumbnail is a small image. And we can find it very commonly in blogs. And in a blog, you have many articles which are presented chronologically. The most recent article is displayed at the top, and just after it is the article, the less after the last one that you have published, and etc. chronologically. So the thumbnail, there are some blogs that give you the possibility to put images, small images, which are called thumbnails in your blog post. So that attracts people's attention. If you don't understand exactly what I'm talking about, I recommend you to visit my blog, because I have thumbnails, and it's easier to understand what I'm saying. Or another blog, I don't know if Manos has a blog. Maybe he can give us another blog to check out to understand better what is the thumbnail. Use trust certificates and SSL certificates to increase trust. So that is for e-commerce sites. If you have an e-shop, you want to convince your visitors that if they buy something from you, it's secure. it's secure to put the card, Visa card number, and buy something from your website. So if you put an icon with the trust certificates, that's good because they are not afraid of putting their card and buying. So my experience for the Greek market is that people are not very commonly use their cards in order to buy from the e-shops. They use another payment method which is called με αντικαταβολή. That means that they prefer receive the product and pay when they receive the product. Pay the courier when they receive the product. Because I have the feeling that Greeks are not very familiar and they are afraid of putting their credit cards in the web or paying through the PayPal method. That's a feedback I had from some of my customers. But I don't just want to say that this is the general and this is what is happening. I want to believe that in the next years this is going to change and Greeks are going to get to be more familiar to different payment methods. But if you have an e-commerce site, please avoid to use manual payment methods. I mean, why I am going to trust you and give you my credit card if I am not sure there is a bank gateway behind in order to do the transaction. This is crazy. Avoid that. And another thing, this is another subject, so I don't want to stay on that. Use pagination. Pagination is a process that breaks one page of content into multiple pages. We usually see that kind of things in some e-commerce sites or some blogs. It's easier to find in that kind of websites because there is a lot of content. If you have an e-commerce site and you have a lot of products, you cannot display all the products in one page, so you create more pages. If you create more pages, this process is called pagination, and this also reduces bounce rate. And this increases the time that people are staying on your website. With the same way, when you have a blog, you cannot have in one page all the blog posts. If you publish for the past 3 years blogs every month, you mean you have every month one per month, 12 multiply with 3, you have 36. You cannot just have 36 blog posts displayed in one page, so you need to create more pages. This is called pagination. If you use WordPress, it is done naturally. That depends on your theme, whether it is done by your theme, whether you can add with a special plugin. Okay, I continue. So, tools. I don't know if you have questions about the vital metrics of your website and how you can increase them. I gave you some tips here. You need to search by your own self. If you have more questions, please ask now. Okay, let's continue. Tools. Okay, Manos, maybe you want to add something?
Yeah, I just want to say, Lenya, that people can always send us an email at the end of the presentation with their questions, and we will be very happy to reply to their questions. So I understand that it is a lot of information to process, and they may not have questions now, but I'm pretty sure that they're going to have questions later, so they can always send us an email. So Lenya, you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Manos. That's perfect. Of course, we can answer the questions. There is a lot of stuff that we have seen today. So, guys, please don't hesitate to send us your questions. Okay, about the tools. I want to show you and present you some monitoring, traffic, and rankings tools. So, what you should monitor and why? I mean, you are about to optimize your website, and your point is to get more traffic. If you want to know if your strategy and SEO efforts was correct, you need to monitor. You need to discover what was, for instance, your traffic a month ago, and what was your traffic today that you have optimized your website. So you need to monitor. You need to know if the keywords you use bring you the traffic you wish, if the keywords you found you have a good ranking for them. You need to know the number of the visitors you get per day, how many times they stay on your site, what they mostly read, which pages they mostly visit, which are the subjects they are more interested in, and all that stuff. So you need to monitor, and it is very important and crucial to monitor in order to know if your SEO efforts work or not, and adjust your strategy accordingly. If you don't know from where you start, the point you start, and you don't know what is your goal and where you want to go, there is no point to do all that stuff. So please define your strategy. Just discover how many visitors your website has today and how many visitors it has 6 months from now, because it's very important to know what is your goal and where you want to go. And in order to monitor, I present you some tools. The most important tool is the Google Analytics tool. I think I have already mentioned it before. It's a free tool. It's a free service provided by Google that gives us statistic data about the traffic of a website. If you have a Google account, if you have a Gmail account, a Google account, you basically have access to Google Analytics too. There is a process to do. You need to add your website to Google Analytics, and you need to add a specific code into your website in order to track and get statistic data from Google Analytics. It is well documented by Google how to do that. Once again, if your website is built on WordPress, I think it's very, very easy to add the specific code you need to add in order to add your website to Google Analytics and get your traffic data and statistic data. If you don't use WordPress, you need to ask to your web developer to add a particular code in your HTML site in order to track and get your statistic data. So Google Analytics can give you information about the real-time activity, what is happening, about the demographic data of your visitors. So this will help you to build your personas, your marketing personas. I mean, your ideal buyer. You can discover which are the areas from which your visitors are coming from, what is their language, because you may have a product that you can send, I don't know, to the Greeks of America or of Canada. You need to know that, and after that you can change your strategy accordingly to address your products to the Greeks of Canada or of Australia or of the Greeks of France. If you don't get statistic data, you will never discover where are your visitors coming from, and that's a pity. You can also get some detailed information about the traffic sources if the visitors are coming from the organic results using your keywords, or if they are coming from your Google AdWords campaigns, if you are doing some Google AdWords campaigns, or if they are visiting your website and they are coming from your Facebook fan page or your Twitter or your LinkedIn page, or I don't know what else. And Google Analytics also gives you data about keywords and the landing pages. You can visualize the path of your visitors. I mean, you can see your visitor is coming to your website, to your homepage first, and after that he is visiting which page or pages is he visiting after that. And if he's not coming to your website homepage, where is he landing initially? So you can track and visualize the path. Are they staying? Are they visiting other pages? Are they leaving? And you can create reporting. So Google Analytics is a very, very important tool. It's free, and if you don't use it, it's a huge mistake. Another tool in order to monitor your ranking and traffic is the traffic travis. This is easy to use it if you have a PC. If you have a Mac, you need to do something special to make it work for you. It's a free tool, once again. It's a free sale management tool. You can test it, and you can have you can see the performance of your SEO efforts. You can also check out your keyword rankings. I mean, what we're saying here today is all about your ranking in the organic search engine results. So you have optimized your website for some specific keywords. You need to track what is your position. Your position yesterday was at the 5th page of Google. You need to check where is your position 3 months from now, 6 months from now, in order to focus and decide about your next moves. So it's very important to check out your keyword rankings. I don't use personally the Traffic Travis tool, and I don't use it because I have a Mac and it's an old one and it doesn't work for me. But you can test it because it's a free service, you have nothing to lose, and I think you can monitor also your competitors. According to your keywords, specific keywords, you can get the ranking of your website in comparison to the ranking of your competitors, the main competitors' website. I think I have a problem here because I had some print screen with the Google Analytics tool, and we don't have them, the print screens. I don't know what is happening. That's a pity.
Sorry, fine, Lenya. Can you tell us, do you remember what was the print screens about? Maybe you can describe it.
Okay, let me see. I will check out the presentation locally just to remember what it was about. So it was a print screen. Actually, there were 3 pictures of Google Analytics, just to make you be more familiar about the Google and the reporting and the dashboard of the tool. So Google Analytics can give you information about how many people are visiting your website per day. Are these visitors new visitors or they are returning visitors? Returning visitor is a visitor that visited doesn't visit your website for first time. New visitor is that he's visiting your website for first time. And Google Analytics can give you that kind of reports for a whole period, for I don't know, for 1 day, for 2 months, 3 months, 3 years. All that data. That means that you can basically start tracking today and see where you are 6 months from now, and see where you are 1 year from now, and track and see today you have created your keyword strategy. 6 months from now you have created your blog and you have started publishing blog posts. You can check out what was the impact on your traffic and your website visitors with the creation of your blog. What was the impact? 1 year from now, let's suppose that you were blogging for 6 months and you were publishing 1 blog post per month. You can track and see the evolution and what was the impact for your traffic of the website. You can also get, as I have mentioned before, information about the bounce rate. If people are staying on your website or they are leaving, the average time they stay on on your site, the number of pages they visit, and all that stuff. You can also have data about which countries your visitors are coming from, what is their main language, which browsers they use. Do they use Firefox, Chrome, Safari, Internet Explorer, or another browser? You can also get information about the traffic sources. Is this traffic coming from your keyword, from organic search results, or if they are coming directly to your website because you have a brand like Coca-Cola and everybody is visiting your website because they know in advance what is your URL and your domain and they know you are a big brand, or if they are visiting your website because it's referral traffic. When I'm saying referral traffic, it's other websites that make a reference to your website and they bring you traffic. This is referral traffic. Basically, you can say that Facebook, if someone visiting your Facebook fan page and after that is visiting your website, that means that Facebook brings you traffic and this is referral traffic. If someone is visiting your website by writing in his browser directly your domain www.yourwebsite.com, this is direct traffic. And if someone is visiting your website because he was looking for something with the use of Google search engine, this is called search traffic. So that was basically the slides I had for the Google keyword analysis tool. I think that in the slide we are going to put your slides online and you're going to have these print screens. I don't know what is happening now. And other tools you need. Google Webmaster Tool. I have mentioned that before. It's another free tool offered by Google. If you are a webmaster, you need to use this tool. If you have a Google account, you can use the same email and password that you use for your Google keyword analysis tool, the same in the Google Analytics tool, the same in the Google Webmaster tool. This tool is the tool where you can submit your XML site map, you can monitor and check out if the web pages of your website are indexed and are easily crawled by Google bot. And this tool is going to show you if there are some broken links, if there is duplicate content, if there are duplicate titles, tags, or other things in your website. It's a very good tool. It's free. You need to test it by your own self. Another tool that is quite important in this business is a tool that gives you FTP access. So this is a huge chapter. Once again, a lot of information. I have no idea if you have a technical background or not. I don't want to make you be a little bit in panic. If you don't have a technical background, your website developer can do that for you. If you are a little bit familiar with the web technologies, you can download locally a tool which is called FileZilla. This tool, it's a tool that gives you access to the web hosting server of your website. What does it mean? Maybe it's Chinese for you, but I want to explain it to you. Actually, a website is hosted in a server somewhere. So you need, when you first build your website, you need to buy a web hosting server, a space in a web hosting server in order to host all the files which are related to your website. And this tool, the FileZilla tool, makes you manage the web hosting space where your website is hosted. So basically, if you have an HTML website, with the use of this tool, you can download all the HTML files of your website, check out what is happening with your title tags, keywords, headings, your image alt tags, and all that stuff, update these files, and after that, upload them to your web hosting server. Okay, once again, okay, we don't have the print screen of the Google Webmaster tool, but we have the print screen of the FileZilla. So this is the tool that gives you access to your web hosting server. So you can see, this is an example. This is the interface of the tool. On the right of the page, you can see all the files in the hosting server. On the left of the page, you can see all the files in your computer, your local. This is just an example. If you are not familiar, don't bother. Whether you download and you test by your own self, but be careful. You need to have a login and password and FTP access and all that stuff. If you are not familiar, ask your web developer. If you want to do it by your own self, you can ask us and tell you what you need. Actually, you need an access to your cPanel of your web host in order to create an FTP access. Once you have created the FTP access, you download FileZilla, you use the FTP access that you have created, and you get connected to the files of your website. And we finish our presentation. I think that we are just on time. I think, yes.
We are a little bit late, but at the same time, I will say that we needed the extra time to give to the participants all this important information. So I do want to apologize that we are using more time, but at the same time, I'm glad because you're getting valuable information.
Okay.
So Lenya, you can.
Okay, so this is the last slide of the presentation. It's about some resources. So today I try to present you the basics of on-site search engine optimization. Things are changing. The field is huge. You need to keep reading and studying by your own self. So here you have some resources where you can read news about search marketing and search engines, and some tools that you can use, such as SEO Book or SEO Moz. HubSpot is a very good blog of a company which is called HubSpot. If you are interested, you can find plenty of ebooks, free ebooks, about social media marketing, search engine optimization, email marketing, all the basics. You can find plenty of information, and you can also get an inbound certification training for free if you want to become a little bit more familiar to this industry. Copyscape is another source where you can put a website and check out if there is a duplicate content. Majestic SEO backlink checker it's backlink checker. This is a tool to help you discover the backlinks of your website. This is basically about offsite SEO, about the authority of your website, the reputation. If other websites are linking back to your website. Okay, so I recommend you to visit all these resources and check out and discover all the useful information that there is in these websites. I hope you liked the presentation. If you have questions, please feel free to ask them. I see that there are some people that left earlier because they were busy. They can find the presentation online, as Manus said. So Manus, I don't know if you have comments or questions.
Yes, I would like to thank you first of all for your excellent presentation. You have done a fantastic job, so I really appreciate that you prepared this presentation for Project Hermes and in such a sort of time period. So thank you so much, Lenya. I really appreciate it. So as we said earlier, if you guys have any questions, you can send us an email and we're going to reply. I have to say that all these methods that Lenya presented involved on-page optimization, everything that we do to prepare our website for the search engines. At the same time, there is another field called off-page optimization, which involves all the additional methods and tools and things that we do. So the search engines are gonna find our site, but it is not something that we do on our own website. So that means in this on off-page optimization, we are going to use we're using social media, press releases, and different other things. This is another big chapter that we don't have time to discuss about this today. But at the same time, I want to show you a slide. Give me 1 second to upload it. Okay. Okay, so this slide is about social SEO, all the things that we can do to bring traffic to our website, and it doesn't involve on-page optimization. You see in the main of the screen the word in social SEO, digital breadcrumbs. Just imagine that in that section. This is where our website is. So we want to do all the other things, like as an example, use Facebook, Twitter, use Pinterest, LinkedIn, Tumblr, Google+, then we can use different other methods such as create forum profiles, bookmark profiles. As you can see, all these methods point in one thing, which is social SEO, digital breadcrumbs, which you can imagine that this is where your website is. So we want to create links in different other properties that they are going to point to our site, and basically they say to Google, we are the authority, we are the place to come for the specific business that we are promoting. As you can see at the bottom of the page, we also have methods such as email marketing that we discussed already, getting backlinks from education and government sites. That is extremely important. Create ebooks using Kindle publishing. Really, there are so many things to do, and I want you to review this slide with your own time, and also maybe in the future we are going to have the opportunity to create a new webinar about off-page optimization. I know that we kept you today a little bit longer than I expected. At the same time, I'm pretty sure that you got a lot of valuable information. Once again, I really want to thank Lenya for her time and David for his time today and yesterday. And I just want to remind you that tomorrow we are going to talk about, give me 1 second to make sure that I have my slide. Yes, we are going to talk tomorrow about mobile websites, and we're going to talk about how to market your sites, your mobile websites, and at the same time we're going to talk about video marketing. Zahida Khan, she's going to be with us early morning or early afternoon Greek time, and we are going to start the presentation tomorrow at 2 o'clock as today. Once again, thank you for participating in this presentation, and have a good night. Again, thank you everybody. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Manos. Thank you. I also wanted to thank you for this opportunity you gave me here. And guys, if you have questions, please feel free by email.
Thank you again. Have a good night. Bye-bye, everybody.
Bye.